Good morning. Good morning. I hate to interrupt. Oh, my switches are on. Good morning. Am I on now? Okay. Proverbial, can you hear me now? I hate to interrupt all the good discussion. It's like at church when everyone's having such great conversation and they're trying to get service started, but it is time for us to begin this morning. Welcome to the Education Funding Task Force. So good to see everyone here this morning. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we get going. Just a friendly reminder, please silence your cell phones so that those are not distracting for the committee. If you have not turned in your payment voucher, please do so to Cindy today. As is always the practice of this task force, we do have discussion built in at the end, but we intertwine that throughout the agenda. So if you're following on the agenda and it seems like we're off, we allow that discussion to take place in real time on the relevance of the subject. So just know that we begin and end on time, but I appreciate your flexibility in the timing of the agenda items. And committee, once again today, we will break for lunch, and lunch is on your own. So with that, we will turn to our agenda. The first item of business is approval of the minutes. Did everyone have a chance to look over those? And are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just glancing over this yesterday, and I think we might have a typo. It's in the January meeting on page 2 at the bottom. The last sentence says, the report is to include recommendations for a new school finance formula that is reasonably calculated to have all students meet or exceed adequacy standards. And then we say provide adequate, consistent, blah, blah, blah. I think since we just said adequacy and we haven't said equitable, it might, the intent might have been to say meet or exceed adequacy standards, provide equitable, consistent, and reliable funding instead of provide adequate, because we already said that.
Okay, so on page 2 of the Friday, January 31 minutes, at the bottom, the second from the last sentence, where it says adequacy standards provide, you are proposing striking adequate and putting equitable.
I'm proposing striking the word adequate after provide.
Yes.
Yes.
And make that equitable.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion or issue with making that change? Director Rooker.
Perhaps. I appreciate the point, and I agree equity should be added in. I'm wondering, and I have enough paper, I'm struggling to find the document, but I'm wondering if we say adequacy and equitable, adequate and equitable in that space instead of striking the adequate out of there.
Vice Chair Estes.
I think there's a difference between having something read the way that you want it to read and minutes that are a reflection of what was said. So I would go back to what was said at the time.
I'm seeing some conversation here. We will go to Nick from the Revisor's Office.
So, Madam Chair and members of the task force, I believe this part of the minutes is getting at what the statute says that creates the task force, and the language is there in the statute. It's is reasonably calculated to have all students meet or exceed the rows capacities, and then provide adequate, consistent, and reliable funding. And then also the formula shall provide equitable school funding. So I believe that it should read, have all students meet or exceed the rows standards, provide adequate, consistent, and reliable funding, and then have another piece in there about equitable school finance.
Vice Chair Estes.
Nick, but shouldn't minutes reflect what was said? And I honestly don't recall what was said, but to me that's the purpose of minutes, is to say this is the business that was conducted and the statements that were said. which would be the priority?
Certainly, but it seems to me this is getting at what the statute says for the task force's charge. And so we could copy what the statute says or more mirror what the statute says more closely.
Okay, so I'm going to make a recommendation here and open it up for discussion that the verbiage that refers to the report will mirror the statutory language as Nick said, and that we will have that language reflected in this. Now, if we want to pass over this set of minutes and bring that back for approval at our next meeting, we can set aside the January minutes, make that change, bring it back for approval at our next meeting. So I'm going to set that one aside and recommend that we make that change unless there's opposition to that and bring it back at our next meeting. Director Ricker.
Madam Chair, if your motion appears to defer to the reviser to include the language from the statute, which he just read, and it does include, the action taken to the minutes, the amendment would be to add that additional clause, I would be comfortable moving ahead with approval.
I think the intent is to capture the language for the report as reflected in statute, which is what I think the minutes should reflect, but Senator Petty.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I think that the minutes should reflect what is in the statute at the time. And so I would second your motion and agree that we should approve these and move on.
Okay, so without objection, we will have that change made, bring back those minutes so everyone can see the language before approving the January minutes. So we'll take a formal vote because there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so let's move to the February and March minutes. Were there any additions or correction to the February, March minutes? I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chair Estes.
I move to adopt those minutes as published.
Second by Director Rooker. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The February and March minutes are approved. Thank you for the input and the diligence on making sure our minutes are accurate. Appreciate that and appreciate all of Cindy's hard work on getting those to us. Thank you, Cindy. Next, we will move to a presentation on virtual special education services. We will have, and you should have a copy of the presentation in your materials for today. We will begin with Laura Hockman. I hope I pronounced that right. Good. Laura, who is the school leader for Kansas Connections Academy. Welcome to the task force.
Aha, there we go.
Now we can.
My name is Laura Hockman, and I'm the school leader at Kansas Connections Academy. We are a public virtual school tied to USD 218 in Elkhart, Kansas, and serve students in kindergarten through 12th grade all across the state. We are, first of all, just so grateful that this task force exists and appreciate the time and energy and advocacy that you all are investing in our students receiving special education services. Today, I'm going to talk about Kansas Connections Academy, which you'll hear me refer to as KCA, and specifically our special education program. So KCA started in 2001 as Elkhart Cyber School, and then in 2010 officially became Kansas Connections Academy, and we are currently one of 71 accredited public virtual schools in the state of Kansas. We follow the exact same state standards. We hire licensed Kansas teachers, and we provide full special education services. So we're meeting all of the same accreditation requirements as our traditional counterparts, but just doing so virtually. Our overall enrollment numbers consistently increase year over year. Right now, we're averaging between 1,200 and 1,300 students, but our students with IEPs that are enrolling, those numbers are increasing at a rapid rate. So of our students, our student population, around 15% are receiving special education services, so around 200 students. And we are currently in enrollment season as families are finalizing their plans for the school year. And I can confidently say that families with students with IEPs, we are seeing more and more applications every single day. The IEPs that our team supports cover a broad range of exceptionalities. So autism, speech and language, developmentally delayed, giftedness, ADHD, dyslexia, just some to name a few. And with that broad range of exceptionalities also comes a variety of instructionalized needs and specialized services. So our special education team is made up of our experts. We have licensed special education teachers, social workers, physical therapists, occupational therapists. Who am I leaving out here? Anyway, all these team members are working together. Anyone that you could think of that is providing services through the IEP, they are all working together to provide the exact same services that students would be receiving in person, but just doing so virtually. In addition to those folks that are providing the direct instructional services, we also have our administrative team. These are the folks that are overseeing the accountability of our department, making sure that we're meeting both state and federal guidelines, as well as collaborating with local and state agencies. KCA is also providing assistive technology, job and life skills programming, modified and alternative curriculum, and a range of accommodations. And again, all of these pieces are established by the students' IEPs. We are also currently serving students in almost every single county in the state. You can take a look at the map and see if yours is represented. These do change year over year as families change their enrollment or we continue to grow and find more and more students. But we work hard to ensure that all of our students across the state are receiving the best possible education. And that does also include us traveling in person for evaluations, for state testing, as well as graduation in the spring. So why am I here today? The short answer is that virtual schools do not receive special education funding. KSDE requires virtual schools to meet all of the same legal obligations as in-person schools for serving students with disabilities, but with no additional funding. Currently, all virtual schools receive the same flat rate funding, forcing schools to cover the shortfall to provide the additional special education services. Our virtual students at KCA are incredibly successful. They are passing their courses, they are engaged, they're making progress on their goals, they're graduating on time, and their families are just so grateful to have found a setting where their students are thriving. I always talk about sometimes there's tears at IEP meetings, and they're good tears. Families are just, it can be really transformative experience for them to find what is working for their student. But these celebrations reflect the dedication of our team at KCA and other virtual schools across the state, but dedication alone is just not sustainable, especially as the number of our students with IEPs continues to increase. Every student does deserve a free and appropriate public education, no matter their zip code, their learning style or need, or whether they're learning in a classroom or logging on from a living room. Our special education teachers are doing the work, serving students across the state with every level of need, but we are doing it without the equitable resources needed. So if the expectation is equal service, there needs to be a change because our students deserve nothing less. And I just, again, thank you for the time for me and other virtual leaders to share today.
Thank you so much we're going to go ahead and have Cassandra Barton give her testimony, and then we will open it up for discussion and questions, just in case she covers any questions that the task force may have. So we are going to welcome Cassandra Barton, Head of School for Insight School of Kansas and Kansas Virtual Academy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the task force. I want to thank you for your time this morning and for having me here to share what special education looks like in the virtual schools that I support. As Mrs. Hockman said, we're just a couple of many throughout the state. And while it may look a little bit different from virtual school to virtual school, the laws are the same. And all virtual schools are expected to be adhering to those when it comes to the support of our special education students. So just to give you a little bit of background of our virtual schools, Kansas Virtual Academy and Insight School of Kansas are both public, full-time virtual schools. They are part of USD 230 Spring Hill School District. They've been around a while now. KSBA opened the doors the virtual doors, I should say, in 2013, and Insight has been in existence since 2008. You can see our numbers last school year. Over the past several years, our enrollment has been slowly increasing year over year, and typically our percentage of students that are special education fall in the 15 to 20% range. Examples of the types of services that we are seeing our students come, and this is by no means an all-encompassing list here, but you can see that we have students, of course, needing academic services, reading, math, writing, transition, social, emotional, or social work, speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, etc. And we also have evaluations that need to be done. Of course, we need to do the 3-year evaluations per the law. And then anytime we have students who we're seeing some concerns, or maybe the parents or just the team in general that supports that student has concerns, we may meet as a team, work through that process, and determine that an evaluation is needed there. So that is something else that we are doing. So what does our special education staff look like at Insight and KSBA? We have paraprofessionals, speech language pathologists, special education teachers, and they also do the case managing, a school psychologist on staff, a team lead, and then a social worker. We also do work with contractors to provide some of the services that we might need for a smaller subset of students, but don't have a need widespread enough that we have someone on staff to do that. So what does that look like? Common question I always get, especially this time of year, school's about to start. Families have questions. How does this work? We do deliver our services virtually. We also hold all required meetings virtually as well, which works great for the families. They can attend via computer or even the phone, and they get very good at that. Anytime a student enrolls and is new with us, we have what we call an intake meeting at Insight and KSBA, where we get the whole team together. We look at that incoming IEP, go through and discuss all of the different components and what that looks like in the virtual world, because it is a rather large change from a brick and mortar setting to a virtual setting. So we update that IEP accordingly. Once we've done that as a team, making those team decisions, then we implement. If it's services that the kiddo is needing that can be provided by folks we have on staff, they find that time in the student's live session schedule that works for them, build those sessions, invite them, and they just click on the link and join that staff member and receive those services. If it happens to be a service or services provided by a contractor, we facilitate that communication between the service provider and the families so they can work together to find a time that works with the student's live session schedule and just family life in general. And then they work to join, or to get them the link to join through the program or platform that they use to determine those, or to provide those services. We provide the services as outlined in the IEP, of course, have those annual meetings just like any school would do. And of course, IEPs can always be revisited. Teams can decide to convene a meeting and look at it and update as needed. We adhere to all of the other aspects that come with an IEP, the quarterly progress reports that are sent out, et cetera. We work very closely with the Spring Hill School District staff, of course. We work on everything with them, from training to just monthly check-in meetings, to our own self-audits, I guess is what I call them, when we go over and just take a peek at different things and make sure that everything is looking how we want it to as a district. So it's a very nice partnership in that regard. And I do want to remind you, I know we are here to talk about special education specifically, but just a good reminder in general, because this sometimes is new information to families I speak with. We're not only serving our special education students, but this applies to students with 504s, English language learners, any of those other special programs as well. And so I want to thank you for including virtual schools in this time and in this discussion. It is a growing population. I know that sometimes it still feels very new, but I feel like we've gotten to a point where not really new, But we're still there. It's very nice to be included in the conversation and to be thought about as you're going through all of this work that you're doing. I really appreciate your time and your discussions, not only today, but as you're doing all of the different meetings throughout these months on this task force. And with that, I will wrap up my comments, and then I think we will stand for questions.
Thank you so much. And we will open it up for questions. And task force members, if you have a specific person you want to address it to, fine. If not, we'll just let whomever wants to address the question, address the question. Yes, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'd like to hear from both of you. What type of interaction, if any, do any of your students, I guess would be the better way to phrase it, have interaction services provided that are actually you all working with the school district to provide any of those services, or are they exclusively through your virtual program staff?
I'll speak first. Ours are exclusively through our program staff and our contractors. We work very closely with the Spring Hill School District to let them know who our staff are. Sometimes they've been involved in interview processes and things like that, but they are on the virtual staff if they're providing that, or a contracted person.
I would say the same. So we are a building in our virtual school, or in our district. So we're a virtual school, but we are still a part of that district. So our teachers, our staff are all working directly with our students. If that answers your question.
One follow-up. My daughter-in-law has a doctorate in occupational therapy. Fieldwork during the 2020-21 era was virtual, and she found it very difficult to achieve the same level of service for the patient she was caring for. I'm curious how, I'm trying to absorb and wrap my mind around how exclusively virtual contact helps with certain types of special education service needs.
I can jump in at least to start. So the emergency remote learning is not what virtual instruction is or should look like. My friends and family are teaching in buildings today, and we're there through 2020, and they did an incredible job to build a system overnight. But that, as you have experienced, and for a lot of folks, if that's their only exposure to what virtual instruction or virtual school looks like, is very limited and not reflective of that, because our teachers and our staff are trained specifically for virtual instruction, and so are our families. So every student has to have a dedicated learning coach. Some of them have several learning coaches, so that is the adult at home that is sitting there and working with them. They have a very significant onboarding process and experience, because we're training the student and the learning coach at the same time to be successful in that environment. And then it's continued collaboration and partnership. So for those families in 2020, they just didn't have the resources, the time, the support, or the infrastructure really to be able to do that with fidelity. Whereas for our schools, we have decades of experience, training, resources, programs, and so we're able to do that more effectively.
So can I clarify with you, the coaches on the student end of things, are those coaches staff, or is that like a family, a volunteer, somebody that the family arranges? But is there a financial commitment to those coaches?
No, so the learning coach is the term that we use to describe the adult at home. For many students, it may be their parent or both of their parents, may also be grandma, aunt or uncle, whoever may be that guardian or person who's directly supporting them during the day. For our elementary students, as you can imagine, that learning coach responsibility is a lot more significant. If you have a 5-year-old, you're not just going to put them on a computer all day. And part of our program is not just the direct synchronous, they're not on Zoom 8 hours a day, but a combination of that online and offline curriculum that we provide, materials for art or science projects and some of those other pieces. So the learning coach is providing that assistance at home, depending on the age or the student's needs. Their level of involvement looks a little bit different.
I will echo all of that. I will say, when our students are working with OTs, SLPs, et cetera, of course, our provider is on camera. as is the student. That's just a requirement, part of that onboarding process, I'm sure, for KCA as well, ensuring that the families have the tech they need. You know, a microphone that works is very important when you're trying to deliver speech services and hear how the student is doing. There's a lot of modeling on camera. PT can be one where the PT gives the learning coach in the home that's there with the student some things to work on, but they're doing everything on camera. We work through kind of camera setup, computer setup, so that they can get the most out of those sessions, even though they're delivering the services virtually.
And may I also just add one thing too, that I was thinking about that. In that virtual setting too, the families are able to create an environment that is going to be best for that student. So in a classroom or a building, there may be distractions, there's fire drills, someone's having something, so we have to evacuate the classroom. Lots and lots going on that, especially for our students with those exceptionalities, can be very, very challenging to focus, to stay engaged, and to make meaningful use of that time. Whereas in that virtual setting, if they are one-on-one with that service provider, they are getting the purest level of instruction and are able to make often more significant gains than they would be in the building, where they're maybe not getting as consistent of exposure to the instruction.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. I think the first one's for Ms. Hockman. I noticed in your PowerPoint you mentioned whole family support, and you've touched on that a little, but could you tell us some more about like what whole family support looks like in your model?
Absolutely. So, you know, right now, our first day of school hasn't started yet, but our families are completing an asynchronous orientation course that is kind of like a deep dive into all of the responsibilities that they have, that their student will have, and also just making sure that they're comfortable with navigating the system. So they have those resources beforehand, and it gives them several weeks to prepare. Then we also host a full day orientation session for all of our new families. And then throughout the first several weeks, have some pretty significant onboarding sessions to continue to provide and reinforce that support. All of our students have a homeroom teacher or an advisory teacher. So in addition to their direct general education instruction and their case manager and any of those other specialized services that they're receiving, they have another person who's monitoring that. Also within our system, there's no lack of data. So for every student, both special education and general education, there's what we call our escalation system. So that is monitoring their lesson completion, their engagement, their attendance, their contact rate, anything that you could imagine or want information about. We are tracking that on a daily basis. So we're really keeping a close eye on their progress. And then it's just that consistent communication. I taught in person for several years before transitioning to KCA. I started as a high school English teacher with KCA before moving into the administrative role. So I've had both experiences. And when I was in a classroom in person, I was lucky if I talked to my parents, and usually, unfortunately, by design of the school day, it was maybe only when a student had a rough day or we needed to follow up. Whereas in this setting, we are talking to learning coaches every single day. Phone calls, texts, emails, and it's positive. This isn't a bad thing, right? It's like, hey, I need help with this, or their students may be having an issue right now in this moment. How can we support not just academically, but also then they're able to apply those practices in the home setting. So, you know, often we hear teachers be like, we just need more parent involvement. We just need more family involvement. It truly is a partnership between the student, the learning coaches, and our staff.
Thank you for that. My family had some experiences during COVID with virtual learning in Olathe, and it was an exceptional fit for our family. Unfortunately, the financial model was not sustainable. So, Madam Chair, thank you for bringing this to this committee. I really appreciate it. My follow-up question is for Frank. So, Frank, can you clarify a little bit about how virtual schools, if they get funding in special ed and what that looks like, how much?
So actually,
Dr. Harwood?
actually, that was going to be my question. You stated that virtual schools don't receive special education funding. So virtual schools don't receive weighted funding, but virtual schools across the state are receiving special education funding and reimbursement for staff that they employ. So I'm trying to figure out how that works. I'm trying to figure out what the disconnect there is.
Yeah, if that's the case, I can't speak for others, but that has not been the case for us. We've been told that we would not qualify to claim for that, so that would definitely be something I can speak with our superintendent and auditing team to double check on that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and because I think Mr. Moore might have some additional information along this line. Mr.
We've
Moore.
been working with the interlocal that serves the Elkhart district since they're a building under Elkhart. If the staff were hired by Elkhart or by the interlocal, then they are claimable. But because they're in a private placement, then they don't fit the funding model for reimbursement. So we have been working with both the superintendent the last 3 years. There's a new superintendent now, and with the interlocal, because the cost of providing services to the interlocal has gone up, and the contract has remained the same between the agency, Connections Academy, and with Elkhart. So I think the issue is, how do we get an agreement to where we can figure out how we can get these staff hired through an accredited system so that we can provide that support to them as a private provider under a building name, because the staff have to be hired by one of our agencies to be claimable.
Real quick, you mentioned accredited. My understanding is virtual schools are accredited by KSDE, so
So the district
Dr.
is
Harwood.
accredited by the, so the district is accredited by KSDE. The private provider is approved for the district to go forward with, but not the provider itself. So the district has permission to have a virtual school. They make a contract with that. So I think the issue is not necessarily the funding formula, but the contract between the school district and their private provider and how they're providing those services. So I think as Bert mentioned, if the individuals that were providing the virtual special education services were employees of the district or of the interlocal that they are a member of, then they would submit those as for reimbursement, just like any other special education teacher. It's not just virtual schools that have this issue. It's when school districts contract out services to other providers, then that can cause a problem with how reimbursement works.
So for example, in Wichita, I know that our district, 259, contracts out with various community groups to provide services to some populations of students. You're saying this would be similar, and it's based on the contract between the district and the provider.
So I know that it is possible to contract out for services and have the district claim that. The private provider cannot claim that cost, but the district can. And so that's why I think that the disconnect is how integrated the special education staff or costs are to the district versus to, in this case, I guess, Pearson. So, I mean, and I'll go back, I mean, remember our funding formula is from 1974. We weren't doing much in virtual education at that time, but I don't think it's the model that's the issue. It's the agreements that are going on in certain places, because there are other virtual schools where the special education providers are employees of the district, and they get reimbursement for those staff, just like just like an in-person provider. So.
Along these lines, Vice Chair? Yes,
Yes,
Vice Chair Estes.
okay. A quick foundation question, and then yes, I have you, Dr. Nusswander, in the queue. Quick foundation, all of your teachers Kansas licensed?
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Harwood, if Kansas law says we still have to give special ed services to kids in private schools, are we vulnerable for not helping with the special ed with these students, just over a contract issue? And do we not have the same faith in all Kansas licensed teachers?
So as the district is responsible for providing FAPE and those services, regardless of whether or not they're getting reimbursed. In this case, it sounds like they are providing the service, which means they're meeting the law, but the contract does not allow for them to get reimbursed. So no, I don't think I mean, it sounds like that the special education rules are being met. There's just something going on between how we're claiming the reimbursement.
I think this is something that we have to figure out because I'm looking at the proficiency here. They're doing a good job. We're giving them a flat fee per student, and they're still doing a good job.
Okay, so the flat fee is for their general education services. So they don't get at-risk or bilingual, or they don't get any of those weightings, and it's $5,600. And I've brought up before, we probably need to talk about virtual education funding. But in this case, the special education reimbursement is not tied to the student and the base state aid that they receive. It's a reimbursement for staff that can be claimed or expenses that can be claimed. So the 5,600 part, I mean, we can talk about that, but it's not relevant to this discussion because this discussion is about how do they claim the people that are providing the services, the special education services, and that would be by having them employed by either the interlocal or the school district.
Definitely a longer conversation. And so another quick foundational question. Whose name is on the diploma that your students receive? The districts or the companies?
Horatia, the district. So Elkhart USD 218 and Kansas Connections Academy.
Yep, ours has the school name, and then it is authorized or signed off by the USD 230 Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to look into that claiming.
So, Dr. Harwood, just a quick follow-up. I did hear you say that you would be open to discussing solutions for virtual education funding for the support of special education students.
So I don't know there's anything we need to change to do it. I think the issue is between the private contractor and the school district and how they're arranging or employing their staff. I mean, I think that you could, there are other virtual schools that have worked it out, that the special education providers are employed by the district or by the co-op, and then they're getting reimbursement. There it is. I don't know that, I'm happy to talk about it to see if there is something there, but it's my understanding that it's not being prevented by KSDE or by state law.
In this vein, Dr. Turker.
So Dr. Harwood, I'm trying to clarify so if there's a menu of specific special ed staff that was identified as being full-time employed to provide these services, if I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding, following along, what you are saying is that nothing in the law prevents those particular professionals from being covered under, reimbursed for salaries, but the model that needs to be followed in order to make that happen is that they need to be employees of, in this case, Elkhart, Spring Hill, the district that is the parent of the virtual program. And then basically they could be assigned full-time to continue to provide and work as the special ed assignment to the virtual program.
So from KSD's perspective, we only see them as students of the school district. The school district decides which building, and they have to have a building number they're in. The school district then decides how they're going to staff those positions. So in this case, if the state sends the $5,600 per student to the school district, and then the school district then turns around and contracts all that out to a private provider, and all those people are employees of the private provider, that doesn't work well with a reimbursement model for district expenses. And so the district would have to show the expenses in order to be able to claim the reimbursement. Now, because the state sends those funds directly to the district, if the district paid them, they could show the cost and get reimbursement. If the district can't show that because they just sent the money on to a private provider and the private provider had the expenses, the reimbursement model doesn't work the same way. But again, KSD sees both of these schools as schools within a district. We don't see them as, that happen to provide services virtually. That's really there are a few differences in the way we fund virtual, all those kinds of things. But we would say that these are students of the district. We wouldn't say that they are students of, only that we would say Kansas Virtual Academy because that is a school within Spring Hills District.
Certainly. So, but just to reiterate, I'm hearing this is a contractual conversation, not a legislative conversation, because nothing is preventing, it's just currently the choices being made at the local level in the framework that they're allowed to operate with, that specific choice is being made not to employ them as district employees.
So that would be my understanding. Again, I'm open to conversations. We can try to get something figured out, but there is nothing in law or KSD regulation that prohibits the reimbursement of special education expenses for virtual students.
And fine, this will be my last follow-up, but to clarify, even if they become, if they're moved to become the status of a district employee, there's also nothing that prevents the district from a full-time assignment over to the virtual program, full-time to work and respond and do the things that the virtual program is directing them to do.
Just like the district is free to assign any teacher to any school in their district.
So we've gotten a little bit of additional information from the revisers, and I think we might look at a legislative fix that will address the concerns here at the table. So we'll parse that out. And I'm going to go ahead. Is this along the veins, Dr. Nutzwander and then Senator Petty?
So if we use Elkhart as an example, and let's say Elkhart was a standalone special education, they provided their own services. They were not in a co-op or in a interlocal. And we got to remember, base state aid can only go to a school district. So every one of these students with Connections Academy is first and foremost an Elkhart student, just like the brick and mortar kids, they are all Elkhart students. Elkhart can choose to hire their own staff to provide the general ed for the 5,600 or the special ed through their own special ed services. They just choose to contract with Connections Academy to do the general ed. If Connections Academy is also doing the special ed with their staff, then the school district, just like their own special ed teachers, have to employ them because it's only the school district or an interlocal that can make that claim. It's similar transportation. We'll provide Elkhart transportation funding. They could contract with a company to do, and they just then send the money to pay. They're doing the same thing, but it's only through, it's only the school district that can claim base aid or claim, they just need to contract with Connections. They're going to have to employ, because a contractor can't claim base aid. It all has to go through the district. So it can already be accomplished. It's just got to be the district that has to make the claims. And so that means they have to employ, because it's two different reimbursement. It's the base goes to the district, and the special ed claims got to go to the district, and then they pay their contractor, whoever does that.
Once again, just pointing out the complicated nature of the formula. At the end of the day, what I hear is we've got special ed students that are getting services and they're not getting the same level of resources because of the setting they're in. So we will work on a legislative fix to make sure that we ease that so that kids who are choosing a different setting have the same access to resources and not in some loophole because of who they're employed by. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Petty. She's been waiting patiently. Senator Petty.
Thank you. Mine kind of has to, well, there's two parts, and part of my question goes to Frank, to you, because I think you said this earlier. So if a school district, let's say, I taught in District 202. So if District 202, if they contracted with someone to provide some sort of special ed service, but that person was not an employee, they were contracted to do that, how would they be then reimbursed, or they would just be paying for that service through other funds?
I can answer that. It has to be written in the contract, and that person has to meet the credentialing similar to what the state would require for any individual. We have contracts currently with providers. We have residential placements where we have contracts even out of state at times. And that's all determined within the agency on how they want to contract for that support services because they can't provide it themselves. And so it requires that person to be equally credentialed, and that's not the question here either. But that's up to the district to determine that type of contract on an individual student basis.
And so, sorry.
Dr. Harwood.
So, I mean, we talked about the large number of vacancies in special education. A lot of those are for licensed personnel. And because the districts still have to provide the services, they are contracting with companies to provide that. It'd actually be similar to what Spring Hill talked about with some of the things they're doing, is that you contract with a medical company. It's a lot of times OT and PT services. If that is an expense of the district and the person is qualified and it's in service of the IEP, then that's a expense that the district can get some reimbursement for. Same would be true with a virtual school. It's not about the funding formula, it's about the relationship between the private provider and the district. The person, a physical therapist couldn't go out and say, hey, I'm going to provide these IEP services to the student, send me the money. You can't work, it doesn't work that way because we only send funds to public schools. We don't send them to private providers. The school district can in service of the IEP or other educational needs, but it has to be a school district expense or a co-op or interlocal.
Senator Petty, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you. I think that clarifies because, and Dr. Nuenswanger, you clarified the fact that we have virtual school funding, which is $5,600 per student, and we have base state aid, they're two separate things. So we're talking about two separate ways of funding our schools. A virtual school can't get the base state aid because they're not getting that through the school districts. They're only getting this amount of money for their services they're providing. Would that be correct?
Dr. Nuenswanger.
Well, so in my district, my in-person students get base state aid, and my virtual get another one. But both of them come to me. We currently have a contract with Greenbush to provide the virtual services. So then I contract and pay to Greenbush, similar to Elkhart does the same thing with Connections Academy. If those kids need special ed services, they receive those through our interlocal. they provide those supports to them. Elkhart can do the same thing to where if Connections is providing those special ed services, the difference is I would either have to claim the special ed teachers or are interlocal. Greenbush doesn't claim the special ed services. Does that make, so because they're a different interlocal. I'm with a separate interlocal for special ed services, but the base provides for the general, and then the reimbursement for those special ed teachers can be done through the district. That's just an agreement they need to work out with the district. It's already available to do. We just provide it through our interlocal because we only have 7 kids.
Okay, I am going to go to Director Profit. He is online. Director Profit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure you can hear me first.
Yes, we can.
All right, very good. Thank you. So I'm following the conversation. As I understand it, the reimbursement is available through existing law. The issue is a contract issue. So if I can get a head nod from Dr. Harwood, that's accurate. So my question really becomes, you've mentioned a couple of times there could be a legislative fix and there was new information from the revisers. Would you mind shedding some light on what the new information was, if I missed that, or what the fix might entail?
No, thank you for the question. We've kind of had a little bit of ongoing with what is really in statute, what federal law requires. And so the details of that aren't, but if we need to do cleanup, just to clarify, because, you know, we have interlocals. We have, apparently there's a contract with the virtual schools to contract for their teachers. For some reason, it seems like some of the special education, the ELL, some of those things that have been brought up of the students that virtual schools are serving, somehow that's been left up to individual contracts. And my concern is any student, regardless of the setting they're in, needs to have access to the resources to help them be successful. So if we need to look at statute, then we will look at that to make sure that it's clear where responsibilities lie, what virtual schools and districts can do. And so we just want to clean it up, and whatever that looks like, we don't know yet. But I do think there needs to be some statute cleanup that we will look at to make this, you can see the confusion and who does what. And my concern is those kids who aren't getting access to the resources that other kids do simply because of the setting they're in. So that's the crux of the issue that we will look at legislatively. Does that answer your question, Director?
Yeah, thank you for the answer, Madam Chair. It begins to answer it. Yeah, I think absent seeing what the language is, it's hard to answer, right? But I'm just,
Right.
It seems as if the reimbursement is allowable, and I agree, that the reimbursement needs to be there. We need to have the student's best interest in mind, as we've discussed multiple times throughout committee, the task force. But I guess I'm just kind of scratching my head that if statute already allows us, what statutory fix would look like, and understood that there's some confusion and maybe some things that be cleaned up, but I'd want to make sure we're not getting too complicated the other way with it as well.
Absolutely, and I think this is all pointing to maybe some issues with the reimbursement model in general, but I'm going to have the reviser, Tamara Lawrence, maybe give us a little bit more clarity for those issues. Tamara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think the terminology that is at issue here is in 723422, specifically in subsection C4. And what it says there is the number of full-time equivalent special teachers who are qualified to provide special education or related services to exceptional children that are employed by the school district. So that employed by the school district is the terminology that is in statute.
And I think we need to examine, and of course this will take some vetting and some hearings to make sure we get it right, but if they're qualified and credentialed, then we'll take a look at how we can maybe make that easier to provide services to kids in a quicker, more timely manner. Along these lines, Vice Chair Estes?
Just a couple of quick clarifying questions. Are employees, whose employees is an interlocal employee? Are they employed by a district, or is the interlocal independent enough that they're the interlocal's employee?
So,
Dr. Harwood.
so an interlocal is that would, in most cases, they are employees of the interlocal. In state law, interlocals can be set up by school districts. They have all of the rights and responsibilities of a school district, except they cannot levy taxes. And then the board of an interlocal is made up of school board members from the participating schools. So they function like a school district and would employ them in a cooperative. In that case, the sponsoring district employs the vast majority of the
So
special staff.
it's the language, the rights of, that gives them the,
Yeah, so-
okay. That's very helpful to understand. For some instances, do school districts contract with someone like Heart Spring to service their children, and does that qualify?
So, yeah, as Mr. Moore talked about before, districts can contract out for special education services. You have to have qualified people doing those things. And so, I mean, school districts have to send, have special education provided at other ones. This is where we actually get into catastrophic types of things. And so, yes, but it's a school district expense. It's not a, Heart Springs cannot claim the expense. The school district has to claim the expense through that contract. And so that's why I'm thinking it's a matter of how the contract is set up.
I think I see a parallel between Heart Spring and our virtual schools. And so then my last clarifying question is, are these virtual students with IEPs being counted when we calculate the formula?
Assuming that they got reported in the district's data, yes.
So funding comes to the district for that student?
No, at this point, special education funding has nothing to do with the students that are there. It has to do with the expenses the district has. We have a partial reimbursement model. The only way you get funding based on a student is Medicaid replacement.
Okay.
Everything else is based on expenses.
You're correct, and thank you for that reminder. But then when it comes for disbursement, is that child being counted?
So that if they are a Medicaid eligible student, yes, but otherwise you don't count students in the disbursement of the funds. It's dispersed based on either transportation costs, catastrophic aid, or the number of teachers. And this is where we get into the issue of the employee, this person has to be employed by a school district, which includes an interlocal because of the way that's set up, in order to be counted as, and then they have to be qualified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Porter.
Thank you. It sounds really simple to me. Is there a mechanism where they can be paid?
I believe so.
It's just a matter of contract. It doesn't really require anything other than just working with them for contracts so they can get paid. I'm sorry, I'm an extremely simple person. This sounds to me to be a no-brainer, that we can fix it this afternoon.
Well, we can't.
I know that, but.
Because we're not parties to the contract.
But the contract can be fixed.
So, again, I mean, we're happy to sit down and talk with people about it, but if the expense is a school district expense in the service of a student's IEP, there is a method in which the school district can get reimbursed.
Thank you. I want to ask one more question that's sort of off the subject, and then I have several other things I'd like to discuss, but with discussion later this afternoon, if that's okay with you. I noticed, this is not special education related, but I noticed that your graduation rates are pretty good and improving. And there's been some questions in this room about the adequacy or the accuracy of, and first I want to commend you on that. And I want to know what you did to improve them.
Yes, I can take that one. We've been, School Insight has improved drastically over the years. We have implemented a lot of supports for all students. We were doing something similar to now the required IPS years ago to help the students understand the options once they graduate high school, the benefit of graduating high school. We worked with our board to have some options as far as number of credits required for a different diploma. So as we know, virtual schools do attract students who are at risk of not graduating. Sometimes we're the last resort. They've tried everything else. So having some options when they come in and maybe are a little bit credit deficient, looking at that, the state minimum requirements and going that route, essentially creating different pathways to get to that graduation point depending on what they plan to do after high school. So that's been the big thing. Continuing to offer live sessions even after, the COVID. There's been some confusion about can virtual schools require kids to be live online at a set time because the law does say asynchronously. But we did continue to offer that. We don't require it, but we offer it and we allow the students to get the content live if they choose, or they can go back and watch recordings if they choose, up to them, so that we are sticking to what the state law has said about, it has to be up to the families kind of when they do that schooling, et cetera, within some parameters, of course. We've moved to a homeroom model where there's a staff person that's assigned to every student in the high school. Our counselors do an amazing job working with the students. They meet with each grade level every single week as a whole and do different lessons. We've brought in some social and emotional curriculum with 7 mindsets. We do some things like that. We do some career interest inventory, all the things that go into what now the state has for all schools with the IPS. We've transitioned into that. Working to grow dual enrollment opportunities, the fix to the part-time virtual funding for students. A few years ago, it was not where it is now, and that has helped be able to open that up and work with the students and allow them more opportunities to do some different things as well. And so that's been helpful. Building some partnerships with some tech schools, community colleges, just exposing the students to more of that information as well. And kind of back to what Laura was saying earlier, working with the families as well. I know that every educator does that no matter what your setting is, but in the virtual school, you do that even more so. You've got the onboarding and the information you're giving the students, and then you're turning around and giving it to their learning coaches as well. And so it's been a laundry list of things that we have tried over the years, but we are seeing improvement, and so hope that continues.
I'd say ditto, but all of those same things, and just kind of elaborating on that partnerships. I mean, we work with the entire state, and over the last 15 years, 20 years, we've been establishing partnerships with local community colleges, local businesses, local organizations. So as Ms. Spartan mentioned, a lot of times our students come to us because they've either given up hope maybe, or the in-person setting is just not working for one reason or another. And they feel hopeful because they're like, okay, I do have a chance, or maybe I need to have a part-time job to still be able to provide for myself and my family. I can still do this and go to school. Or I can also dual enroll at a local community college and graduate with my CNA license, and I can immediately go into the workforce, highly qualified. Again, I taught in a building, and I know we're victims to the bell schedule and a structure that's established. And so for our students, we're really able to customize, individualize what they need and to get them to where they want. And as she mentioned too, that, that 5-year plan, we're starting that early. We're having those conversations. We're doing college campus tours and visits. We're hosting field trips across the state to give them opportunities to get to explore other careers. It's really just that wraparound experience so they can see themselves graduating and get to that point. And if you're ever wanting, please come to our graduation in May. It's pretty incredible.
I think I heard from both of you do the individual plans of study
Yes.
for each student. You're doing a Herculean effort to make sure the kids graduate. And that is replicated in every school in the state. And so I am very concerned with statements that have been made here that question graduation rates. But you have just confirmed to me what everybody else is doing and working very hard to make sure that kids are successful, regardless of what they may have made on a math test in the third grade. Thank you.
Mr. Porter, since you brought up statements that have been made at this table, I'd just like to ask for specificity on that.
I'll be glad to do that. Whenever, at one of our earlier meetings, you asked people what their outcomes were going to be. And so I volunteered to be the first person to ask. And I said, I think that we need to make sure we have multiple measures, at which point graduation rates were questioned based on an accurate concern in the Wichita School District. What was not said, and then several people agreed with that we can't trust graduation rates. But what was not said was that the Wichita School District identified that problem, corrected the problem, made major staff changes, and I considered what was said at this table by more than one member that questioned the integrity of the people making decisions for school districts. I found that to be extremely offensive. Not for me, I'm not in the business anymore, but my colleagues, I found that to be extremely offensive, and I believe words matter. And whenever we question the integrity of the people making decisions in schools, I think that we need to be very careful about what we say. And that has been said at this table. And I believe that probably everybody that's here remembers that conversation. So that's my reason, and I believe that what we have just seen is a prime example of the efforts that people are making to make sure that the kids that are, for whom they are responsible, are graduating, and are graduating effectively, and are graduating with the skills necessary. We also have more and more kids graduating that have other things along with, so when we look at graduation rates, we also need to look at things like, do you have credentials? Do you have college credit hours? More and more people are doing that. Our words that are said count. What was heard by other people was that we don't trust school administrators. Now, that may not have been the intent, but that's what was heard. And so that's the reason I brought that up. I think it needs to be clarified that if this body believes that people are not responsible, that people are not honest, then it needs to be said. But we need to hear the whole story. And I consider the statement about Wichita that only said that they had 10 kids that shouldn't have graduated that did, and stopped there without saying that the Wichita School District had corrected that problem quickly and effectively, which proves to me not that that was a detriment, but that was a positive statement that they took that situation seriously. So that's the reason I brought that up. I found that needed to be clarified, and I apologize that I didn't do it at the time.
I agree, words matter. And I believe if you go back and look at the history of the hearings in education committees in both chambers, that there has been a concern over an increase, and I think a very valid concern, and just because a question is raised doesn't mean you're questioning integrity. When you look at the data and you see that any objective measure for academic outcomes, for social emotional outcomes are declining and graduation rates are increasing, the obvious question becomes, not by questioning anyone's integrity, is then what does a Kansas graduate, what are they able to know and do? And if the measures we're using aren't accurately reflecting that, it is a legitimate question to say there's a disconnect, and we want to know what a Kansas graduate is able, what they know and what they're able to do. That's been the crux of every conversation that I've been part of in any education meeting. And so for what people are hearing, can't help that. But Mr. Porter, I do agree. Words matter. And you want to talk about impugning character and questioning integrity. I'll call your attention to your comments at the June 8th Board of Education meeting. You recall your comments, Mr. Porter?
I do.
Would you care to name names?
You may go ahead and.
Would you like me to refresh your memory on what was said at that? Okay, I'm happy to do so. This is from the June 8th Board of Education meeting. Talking about assessment scores. Okay, I'm going to get to the part where you specifically talk about this body. You say, and I quote, "Okay, now I serve on the task force that is writing the new reform, the new foundation formula. And every time we meet, 2 members of that committee talk about schools that we are failing. And the only thing they use, well, they use 2 things. They use assessment scores and ACT. They're going to claim that we lowered standards. And by the way, I'm going to support it, but we need to figure out a message to refute that argument. I'm going to give you another example in that the people that are making that argument, Kathy was there, thank you, and if she sees something different, I'd be happy for her to tell me different, but the people that are there appear to be content on making sure that everybody believes that we are failing kids in Kansas. Because when we talk about graduation success, which has been significant, they point out one case of perhaps fraud that, by the way, has been addressed vigorously with that district. So anything that would be bad for schools, they support because it fits their narrative. Anything that looks good for schools, they don't support because it doesn't fit their narrative. And I'm just saying to us, we need to, and I'm really glad with what I'm saying. I think it's going to create a problem, but it's going to create another problem of messaging. And I would hope that, by the way, I don't have any authority, but I would hope that someone like you could come over and explain this to that group. And by the way, you'll need to take something before you go because it's extremely stressful. I'll stop there, Mr. Porter.
Well, and
I would like you say you'll name names. I'm giving you that opportunity,
by the way,
Mr. Porter.
I stand by everything I said, and I think that you've made my point. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that's sad, Mr. Porter, because regardless of where we stand on education, I have never impugned the motives of those working in education. We can have disagreements, we can have discussions, but we all want what's best for kids. And I dedicated my career to serving our public school kids. And if someone impugned my motives in a setting like that and implied that this task force has done anything but good work and coming together for the benefit of Kansas kids, I take offense at those remarks. I think they're cowardly. And Mr. Porter, I would hope I'm giving you an opportunity to apologize for impugning the character of anyone in the work of this task force, but apparently that's not going to happen. So I will not take any more of our time. Are there any other questions for our virtual presenters? Yes, Senator Petty.
I'm just going to say that I totally support what Mr. Porter has said at the State Board of Education meeting, and I think that this committee should be looking at K-12 funding in a very fair and open manner, and I don't feel it has always happened. And I also believe that we have underplayed our graduation rates, and I find that offensive. But I'm going to move on to my questions. So looking at the material that you provided, and there was under the managing special education staff, and this is, I'm looking at the materials from Connections Academy. When you say that mandatory in-person training, so, and I noticed you said usually it's in Kansas City or Wichita. I'm assuming probably because those are where you have the largest number of students. So is that like in service, or is that like the beginning of the school year exactly?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we always do our training throughout the year virtually, but we prioritize and try to have that in-person time, especially at the beginning of the year. So last week we had our in-person retreat. All of our staff come in person for 3 full days. It is just like you may imagine, convocation or training at your local districts. We also throw in a field trip, so that way our families have the opportunity to meet every single one of our staff members. So we had around 200 families attend our field trip last week. Some of those students are local to that area, but others will travel for several hours. They're very dedicated, and they love getting a chance to engage.
And then also, when it comes to the state testing, when you have Proctor in person, so could you explain for me what exactly that means when it says assigned testing locations?
I would love to. So I oversee a lot or most of our state testing. It is a Herculean effort, and I cannot emphasize that enough. In a building, it is a Herculean effort to get all of the students assessed within that time frame. But I want you to envision now your students in districts, several hundred, maybe 600 to 800 students, and coordinating sites all across the state and on specific days, and being able to get them to there, and also getting all of your staff there, making sure the technology has arrived or is already on site, set up, established, and then having those proctors trained beforehand. They're all of our staff, they're all of our Kansas educators, but training them, then getting them there in person, then facilitating that arrival for all of our students and families. I'm very proud of our state testing scores, but honestly, I think they would probably be higher. If our students are learning in the comfort and safety of their home every single day of the year, and then for state testing, we are coming in person to a site that may be unfamiliar to them. A third grader on an IEP going to that site, even if they're excited to see their teacher or their classmates, it can be a little unnerving. There's also a lot of factors that play into that. So sometimes kite is down, but if, that is the day that we're testing in Colby, Kansas, and I've driven 6 or so hours across the state, we have to pivot and try to, on the spot, make up a plan with that local site that we've coordinated with, saying, hey, can we get another day, and can we get these families to change their work schedules to come in person? I use Colby as an example. It's one of my favorite ones because I try to make my staff travel the least, so I take the furthest remote sites. And 2 years ago, on my drive out to Colby, I went through a tornado and we arrived to a blizzard. So spring in Kansas and state testing and coordinating sites across the state is significant. So especially when I know sometimes folks thinking about funding, they're like, oh, well, you don't have buildings, you don't have other things. We definitely don't have those pieces, but we have a lot of other factors that come into play to be able to do the things that we do.
And I appreciate that. I mean, I've listened to this conversation in Senate Education Committee before, and I would just say those are exactly the same things that every teacher in every classroom that's doing state assessments faces as well. Yes. But there is the efficacy of the location, I think, that makes a big difference. And the last thing is about your map that you provided for us. Uh-huh. So if I'm looking at this map, that the orange, mm-hmm. I see 2 locations of orange. Does that mean that there's 234 students that are in that particular, like, I guess this is Johnson County maybe, Johnson County and Wichita area, is that was basically it?
Yeah, so our Kansas City and Wichita areas are just our highest populations that you would imagine, just generally in population and then enrollment. So yeah, anywhere that there's orange, and this map does just reflect one snapshot of one of those days of our enrollment last year. But we have had students from all across the state, and so sometimes that map is all orange.
And then lastly, I was looking at your numbers. Maybe I misheard it, but it looks like your numbers have gone down, but your percentage of special ed has gone up? Is that correct?
So if you notice the 2020 to 2021, we had a bit of an influx there. So we about tripled not overnight, but in about a month. So definitely saw a huge enrollment number that was not what our established numbers were beforehand. But we've actually maintained a lot of those families because they hadn't considered virtual learning. But then when they said, wow, this is actually really working for us, I would have never thought, and we're going to stay with it. So they've kind of stayed steady. So we had that huge increase in 2020. And then 2021, 2022 school year, still a bit higher than what we had previous to that. And then now we've kind of leveled out, and now we're starting to see that regrowth.
So you see it level out,
Yeah.
but, okay.
But
And
yes,
would that be
definitely
this-
the percentage of students with IEPs is only going up.
Right, and that would be true for Insight as well. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to the state board meeting a little bit earlier in the week, and I wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Porter and his colleagues. I have a real interest in ed tech and AI in particular, and they've made a commitment along with Commissioner Watson to really dive into that and try to monitor it on a monthly basis. I was wondering if I could request of Representative Getz and Representative Estes in their education and the K-12 budget committees, if we could maybe carve out some time in next session or even in an interim to really talk a lot with subject matter experts about ed tech, the future of technology and education, and in particular challenges and opportunities with AI. I think that's something we haven't, as a body in the legislature, really dealt with very much. And so I think that's an area of need, maybe out of the scope of this committee's work, but you've always been pretty good to take suggestions, and I think that would be a good one. Thank you.
Representative Getz.
Absolutely. I appreciate the suggestion. And I think, AI is such on the rise, and other just ways that we can serve students in a evolving, changing world. Appreciate your work and your testimony here today. And I just, I also, part of the difficulty in moving anything forward is the people, always. Whether you're with a parent in helping that student, or here on a committee or on a state board. And I always go back to what's in the middle and what's important. And I think Chair and Dr. Porter, I really think there is merit in both voices, and what we need to not do is let that divide. But keep us at the table, keep a conversation going, and I think we can move forward. So I thank you for being right in the middle of not just the funding task force, that conversation, but right in the middle of how education is evolving. And in those changes, some people like them. Some people call you the enemy. Some people say you're taking students. I don't know what all they've said about you, but I think you're doing a great job. I think other schools are doing a great job in a very flux-oriented environment in culture. And so just want to say thank you, and thank you for the discussion here today, and thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question for the conferees and one I'm curious for Dr. Harwood. So for the conferees first, I appreciate what you've described about meeting individualized needs specific to families and in those situations, how for some students it just works better, and have always agreed that is the kind of option that we should have available to Kansas families. I'm curious, when you think about the difficulties with reliance on that one single state assessment measurement, what are some of the other versions of measuring progress for your students that you all employ and support as that holistic snapshot of student progress and improved outcomes?
So at Insight and KSVA, we do fast bridge testing 3 times a year so that we can look at growth in that manner as well throughout the school year. That's how the district does it. We follow along with the district plan. We are 2 buildings in that district. We also, of course, look at grades. In our system, you can just see progress and are they, if they're little, you know, maybe the grades aren't there yet, but are they mastering or not mastering those skills and standards? You know, we have an MTSS model, we provide interventions, so we look at the data that's gathered when you do progress monitoring through that system. You know, and then also we look at parent feedback. I think one of the things that is difficult about education nowadays is it isn't always just the numbers on the paper. Sometimes when you talk to students, I'll just speak for myself, when you talk to students and their parents, sometimes they're focused on something totally different than the academic, and I think that's important. And I know we have moved to looking more at the whole child, the social emotional pieces, those kinds of things, and I think that's been good. There's just so many different things that can go into letting us know how the student's doing. You know, there are students out there, I may be raising one, we'll see, he's still in elementary school, that grades don't matter. So it's going to be whatever I tell him he has to get, that's what he'll work towards, and once he gets it, that's it. So just kind of, it's building relationships with the families and the students, knowing their goals, looking at all the different metrics and data points that we can look at, but then looking at the whole picture. And I feel like our counselors do a really good job of that they do one-on-one meetings with that IPS and developing those plans with the students throughout the school years. But then our teachers also get to know the families a lot. I know that comes up, one of the things that what's been said about us, you can't know your kids, but you absolutely can, and sometimes better in a virtual world. So those are just kind of some of the measurements that we use. Do you want to add anything?
Sure, I could jump in. Similarly, we use FastBridge for those benchmark testing, but as I said earlier, there's no lack of data in the virtual setting. And in conversations with our families and with our teachers, I'd say this a lot too, we never make any decision based on one piece of data. So we have that screener data. We're completing the additional screeners for oral reading fluency for students in K through 6, as well as those 7 through 12 who maybe score lower on that FastBridge initial assessment. Our students in their actual coursework, they have quick checks almost every single lesson. So sometimes that might be 2 or 3 questions, just a brief, not informal, I mean, it's formal, it goes in the grade book, but a quick snapshot of where they're at on those, in addition to those quizzes, tests, and then the portfolios, which would be more like a traditional project. So we have the sample student work for every single course throughout the semester. For our students with IEPs, they're also having those diagnostics completed. That's driving their goals within their IEPs. Again, those same IEPs are going to be sent to the state, accredited, audited, evaluated, all of the same pieces. And then we also require our staff to complete regular learning checks with the students. So in addition to the whole group or small group live lessons that they'll be attending, those students are also completing one-on-one assessments every single month, pretty much. For some of them, it may be even more frequently if they're a tier 2 or tier 3. So in that MTSS process, if there's a higher need, we're going to be seeing them a lot more regularly. For some of our students who are at that highest level, maybe they're moving up that MTSS process, they'll work with our reading interventionist. So she's often working with students 4 times a week, in addition to the general education teacher who's seeing those students in one-on-one or small groups. And then when they're actually in their classes too, even in the whole groups, we're utilizing systems like IXL, Nearpod, Kahoot, other things that are getting real-time data. So I'd say as a new teacher in a virtual school, the amount of data is probably the most overwhelming piece. And then as an administrator, that's a big part of my job, is helping our staff make sense of that data, be able to correlate it, and then be able to communicate that to family effectively so they can understand. Because I think that's a challenging piece for a lot of students or for their families is a parent may not be really aware of their child's level until they're learning right in front of them, and seeing them struggle and seeing them go through, that's where they double their investment. And you talked about how are we successful with graduation. Families are so much more involved in that virtual setting, so getting their buy-in, as well as having our teachers driving the force, lot can be accomplished.
Thank you. I don't think anyone would see lacking in what you're doing, and I think our public schools actually employ some of those same tools and resources, and I would love for us holistically to be looking at that use of multiple measures to anchor our evaluation of the progress our students are making. Point of clarification based on a comment made about the need for virtual students to travel to a testing site, the risk of opening this. There is an alternative option that requires, it has to do with the parallel tests, so that it's something to that effect, right? For the state assessment, that it can't, can you?
Dr. Harwood.
So I don't remember, 3 years ago, the legislation was passed that you have to have an online version available. There, at the same time, there was a lot of discussion about concerns about test integrity because it's now going out and you have less say. But there currently is, for virtual students, an online version of the test. There are requirements for monitoring with double cameras and some things. My understanding is there are some parents that say it's easier just to go in person, but I think most virtual schools are giving that option. The other thing I will say is that if you look at virtual school participation rates, they're usually much lower than in person. That's always been the case. One of the things is that when you think of families that are choosing virtual schools, sometimes that's one of the things they're opting out of, so that's not uncommon. It's also just more cumbersome, is that if I have to drive 4 hours to take the test, I'm just going to opt out. And it's less convenient than an in-person person is there, even for the online version. But there is online available. To my knowledge, we didn't have any issues with the test questions being compromised. I will say that KSD has asked for funding for parallel assessments for a number of reasons. That would be one of them. A breach in test security could happen anywhere, and we are not very prepared for that at this time.
Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
So my point is really maybe for our conversation in September when we start looking at things more holistically, and just a little bit on I think some confusion from one of Senator Petty's questions. The $5,600 that virtual schools get is their base funding. It's just a different number for in-person, and then the virtual schools are not eligible for the other weightings. And so I just think that that's something that is part of our whole conversation. I think the piece that we may be missing now is we haven't heard a lot about how other states fund virtual education. So I think that maybe not even for this fall, but at some point that would be good information to have, is how do other states fund virtual education, and is there something we're missing with that? So.
Great preview of the agenda we have set for September. That is on the agenda. We will be looking at virtual schools more in depth. So thank you for that segue there. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was searching for virtual school options during the pandemic for my kids, I have one neurotypical kid and one with autism and IEP. And I had hesitation to sign them up for virtual school because I was worried that you might accept one of my children but not the other. Or I think probably my kid he did do fine ultimately in virtual school. But my ultimate question is, are there scenarios where maybe the family doesn't have a learning coach available at home, or the needs of a student are too high? Are you able to decline the student's enrollment? How do you handle that?
No, because we are public schools, we must enroll the students. There can't be any criteria set for students with IEPs that isn't set for general education students. And so I guess that answers that part of that question.
And I can add, if it helps too.
Yeah.
So As we said, we require all of our students to have that learning coach. So that is, universal for all students. That's not a barrier just for students with IEPs. So that would answer that part of that question. But we do also hold a lot of those conversations very early, just as you're talking about having those meetings or amendments or trying to figure out what their needs are, because we want to make sure that this is the right choice for them. And so making sure that they understand, what does this setting look like? What do these services look like? And then sometimes, depending on the needs of that family, we then partner with their local district. If it's determined that maybe the student needs some of the flexibility of virtual school, but then maybe some of the services in person, we but partner with those schools. So then we have like a shared IEP, or one school officially has to hold the IEP, but both schools are attending and participating to support the whole child, whether that's we're serving the special education services and they're getting general ed, or vice versa, we're providing the general ed and the special ed is being provided at the local school.
I'm a little confused. So you require a learning coach or whatever, I forgot what you called it.
It's just their adult at home.
Adults at home.
It's not always mom and dad.
But in a scenario where maybe everyone at home doesn't speak English, there could be scenarios where they don't have that. I guess my ultimate question, set aside special ed concerns and that, are there scenarios where the school can decide, no, this is probably not a good fit?
No. Again, we have those conversations, so we have translation lines, so we do have families who English is not their first language. We're communicating regularly with those families through the use of the translator. The virtual setting also allows for a lot of ease of use, where with a click of a button, they can translate our entire website into their language of choice. So they're able to go through the same orientations and onboarding and be able to support their student in their language, while also we're providing that English instruction. A lot of my job, and I don't want to avoid that question too, like as an administrator, is helping families if they get into this setting and realize this is not for us. This is too much. We're overwhelmed. I have to go back to work full time. I can't commit, whatever thing may come up in their life. And so we're working with them to say, okay, what do you need, or what does your child need? Now let's take a look at your options. And we kind of go through those options. Is it another virtual setting where maybe all, virtual schools are similar, but we all look different, just like our buildings or buildings in your district do. So we look at those options if they still want a virtual or remote setting, or if they're like, no, I want to go back in person, but I had a really negative experience. I don't want to go back to this building. Okay, we're going to talk to that district, see what's possible. Is there a local neighboring district? So it's really, every conversation comes back to, what is best for this student? If they're not learning at KCA, we want them to be successful no matter where they're at, so we're going to help make sure that we find that for them.
I appreciate your answer, and meeting kids where they are and having individualized learning plans. And it isn't for everyone, but it is helpful for many kids and many families. So thank you for being here today. It's not always easy to come and stand in front of people like this. We're just regular folks up here, but I do appreciate your willingness to come and share your expertise with us and your experience. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I see no one else in the queue here. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you so much for being here today. I know this is an extremely busy time of year, and we appreciate you taking time to share with us how you guys do things for Kansas kids. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Next, we'll move on to an introduction to types of special education funding models, and I think Elena has those for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. My name is Elena Rudder, and I am a senior research analyst with KLRD. I'm going to briefly talk to you about a memo in your file on KLRD letterhead called The Categories and Tiers of Special Education Funding. So just really quick, this memo includes a brief overview of different tiers or categories or levels, or however other states label how special education special education funding is determined. And so some of these like broad categories include grade level, staff to student ratios, types of disabilities, and then the nature or intensity of services that are provided. So on the first page, we start with grade levels, and 3 states use grade levels to provide special education funding, and they have different weights for different grade levels. Alabama, Arizona, and Idaho are 3 states that do use grade levels and weights associated with grade levels as part of their special education funding. And then Illinois on page 2 uses staff to student ratios. Special education funding in Illinois is also like categorical funding. So it's just one piece of categorical funding in Illinois. And they use the ratios to determine how many students are, or how many teachers they need funding for. The bottom of page 2 is the beginning of how there are different types of disability categories that states use. There are 8 states included in this memo: Arizona, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, Ohio, Oklahoma, and South Dakota. And a couple of those, Mississippi and Oklahoma, are also used as examples for some of the models that will be discussed later today. And then on the bottom of page 7 begins information about the nature and intensity of services that are provided, and how Alaska, Delaware, Florida, Iowa, New Mexico, New York, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee use things like the number of hours that services are provided, where services are provided, how frequent they're provided, the cost, and other types of things related to the nature and intensity of the service, and how those are assigned different weights to provide funding. I believe New York and also the District of Columbia are states that we used for some of the models later too. So this is a lot of information about how other states might categorize different things for special education funding, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. But some of the, as I mentioned, some of these states were used as the base for models later, and so it might be a good reference document to have when those models are being discussed, so you can kind of see visually what those categories are.
Thank you very much, Elena, for the presentation. Yes, Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, thank you for your time and looking into all this. I see there's 20 states selected. I'm just curious why these 20, just how those 20 came to be.
So as you know, each state does funding differently, and so not all states have different categories or tiers. They might just do a single weighting. For example, Louisiana does a single weight, and so it's just all special education students get that one weight, and there's no additional categories within that may provide more funding or less funding. So some states have a single weight, and then other states like Kansas use a reimbursement model. And so these are mostly states that have multiple weightings or like a hybrid funding mechanism. And so the ones that have single weights or reimbursement or a different funding mechanism are not included in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at Indiana, and there's a lot of info here, so I'll just, one of the questions, it basically sets, and that's on page 4 and 5, sets levels, sets a cost for those levels. Are there any states that have like a CPIU on that, or are you basically having to come and revisit it when costs go up, over years, or is that in here and I'm just haven't read it yet?
Madam Chair, Representative Getz, I don't remember if there's a CPIU factor attached to Indiana, or I think Pennsylvania also has like a range of costs, and I don't recall if they have a CPIU factor, but I will look into that and get back to you.
Senator Petty.
I think I noticed that same thing for South Dakota, that they had a set amount of money, and I wondered that same thing is how they. So basically, of these 20 states, as was asked earlier, so we're looking at, this is just looking at those that have tiers of funding for special education, whether it be a set cost amount set or a percentage. Is that right?
That is correct, Senator Petty.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Okay. Oh, hold on, we may have Director Rooker.
Late breaking, did I hear you? I just want to clarify. In May, when we looked, I think it was May when we looked at special ed, different we have received sample runs based on some of these different models. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Director Rooker, Madam Chair. So later, we have some modeling for some of these states for special education, yes. I don't know if we've done any previous modeling, but we've also given out more general information about special education in all 50 states at previous meetings as well.
Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Sorry, I thought of one more thing. And maybe I just haven't had enough time to look. So I noticed Mississippi, it says under their new school finance system. However, these others, are these systems, do you have any idea that have been in place for some time when it comes to the tiered or category of funding, or do you know that?
Madam Chair, Senator Petty, when I started looking into these, I used the Education Commission of the States 50-state survey on special education funding, and they updated that in 2024. So that was where I started, and the information they had for Mississippi had not been updated with their new formula that was passed, and it started being implemented, I think, in 2025. But I can look back at any of these in other states as well to see if there's been any changes. That one was just the one for sure that had changed that I found.
Thank you. Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, one additional follow-up, and I don't know if this is possible. We talked yesterday a lot about excess cost. Is there any way to know in the formulas that these are using across the states of what % of their funding is coming from the state and federal versus other funds locally when we look at these models?
Madam Chair, Dr. Gibson, I am not sure at this point if we would be able to know that for sure, but we can look into it and get back to you.
That's a great point. That would be interesting to see. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much, Elena. Appreciate it. And as promised, we'll move on to the models, and Jennifer Light from KLRD will be presenting.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the task force. It is I, Jennifer Light from KLRD, here to talk to you yet again about models.
Thank you for the brevity, the light introduction there, Jennifer. I think we all needed it. So,
thank you to Elena for talking about the categories and tiers of special education funding. I did just go look at Indiana, and it does appear that they have adjusted it every 2 years for the last, I don't know, several times. So it's written into their statutes for the dollar amounts, and it has been adjusted every 2 years. So my assumption is that the legislature is adjusting it at that point, but we will definitely follow up with more information for you on that. So, for the special education models, and we are starting a little bit later, so we're going to do an overview section here, and when you're ready to break for lunch, Madam Chair, you just flag me down and we will stop and pick it up at that point. I want to start with the main models, and while I'm doing the main models, they're the light blue cover sheet for you. I do want to talk a little bit about an overview of these models in general. The models that you have today start at 1.02 rather than 1.0 or 1.01. This is because 1.0 and 1.01 are generally what we have done when we remove it entirely from the state foundation aid or we roll it into base. Since special education funding is not in state foundation aid, we did not make models as such for those. And so that's why we're starting with 1.2. You aren't missing any models. It's just to make sure that there isn't a confusion between all of the others where base, or where it's removed entirely or it's rolled into base. Additionally, when you look at these models, you can see that the sections are broken out a little bit differently. This is also due to the fact that special education has its own different way of being presented. So the sections for you on these models, there's the characteristics section, which is what is standard across all of our models. It has all of the USDs, the counties, the district names, and their total adjusted enrollment. Then we have the special education state aid information for both the current model and the way that the model weighting would go. Then we have the local option budget funding and how it would reflect, as we discussed yesterday, it does change local option budget funding. So we have the section which discusses how it would change the local option budgets. Then we have the section on transfers to special education fund. This is the transfers from the local option budget section that would move over. Finally, we have the total changes, and the total changes includes the differences in transfers to special education, which would include special education state aid and the transfer from the LOB, and then the total difference in funding, which is special education state aid and the computed funding for LOB differences. So slightly different than what the models are that you've been presented before. As per normal, we do at the bottom of every single one of these include the assumptions for the models. And each model set does come first. The first several pages are done by USD number, and then if you want to know who is being affected the most, we do about halfway through start with the funding change. So you can see that in each of your packets, they're stapled together. For example, with the main model 1.02, you start with 1 of 6, and then you turn about halfway through and it starts with 1 of 6 by funding change. So you can look at it in either way that you so desire. Additionally, with each of these models, we have run them 2 different ways. We have run the model as if we were putting a model together with no looking at how much money the state of Kansas is currently spending on special education funding. So we're saying, for example, with Maine, we're dropping Maine's version, or as close as we can get to Maine's version of how they do their special education funding. And then behind this one, you can see 1.02A. All of the A's are working at this information with it at 100, or at the standard level of funding for fiscal year 2025, which was $601 million and some, a little bit higher than that. But the full dollar amount for what the fiscal year 2025 was. So we did adjust for that to say if we needed to maintain effort to be able to manage the federal funding coming in as well, this is more like what the dollars would look like. On the A's, I do want to point out that you will see that in general there's about a $10 million difference in special education state aid. This is due to the fact that when we did the adjustments, we are using it only for the USDs. Currently, some of that money, as we've discussed, goes directly to interlocals. And so any money that would go to interlocals would be on top of the $601 million in the models we have run currently. So those are kind of the high-level overviews of the models in general. I'm going to take a deep breath here. See if anybody has any questions about the standard parameters that we started with before we go.
I see hands popping up. Representative McDonald, then Dr. Harwood.
You probably answered this, but my brain can only take in so much at once, and I'm trying to pour over. What's the difference between model 1.02 and 1.02A?
Yes, model 1.02, and all of them that just have a numbering system for it is the correlated to just using the state's model that we are comparing it to. 102A has the numbers adjusted to get to the $601 million, which would be what the same dollar amount as what the state used in fiscal year 2025. So the first model, no adjustment for, we're just saying if we just dropped this funding formula into Kansas, this is how much money we'd be spending in Kansas. And then the second one is adjusted to say we have spent $601 million. We are going to maintain the $601 million. This is what the funding would need to look like at that point.
Thank you, that helps.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the about $11 million that Jennifer is talking about that currently goes to interlocals is based on the fact that the interlocals employ staff and have expenses. With all of these, they're student-based models. The students are enrolled in the school district, so the funding would go to the school district. So what they're doing is just showing this is where the money would go under a student-based model. That would necessitate a lot of changes in contracts with the way co-ops and interlocals work. But it actually would be the same amount of money that the state would be responsible for under their maintenance of fiscal support. It's just now it's going to school districts first, and none of it goes directly to interlocals.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Senator Petty.
And this just may be a short sight on my part, but I see this as the Maine model. Maine, as in the state of Maine.
Yes.
But the state of Maine is not one of the.
No, that is absolutely correct. It is not one of the ones. The Maine models are based on density, and I'm happy to talk about the Maine model specifically here as we go. But I wanted to make sure if there was any other questions about just the overall view of these documents and how to read them and what you're looking at, that we cover that before we get into the actual models themselves.
So we have, I'm just quickly, so some of these, like the DC model, so there's going to be models that are not here in categories and tiers, correct?
So, Madam Chair, I believe there are two models that we have that are not listed in the, or two sections of models that are not listed in the document that Elena provided for us earlier. One of them is the Maine model because it's based on density, and the other is Louisiana model because that was a single weighting and not a tiered weighting.
Thank you.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, in an effort, like I'm intrigued by these models, the tiered approach, like thinking differently about how we do this. And maybe, sorry, Frank, maybe this is not a KLRD question so much as it is just flagging that in every single one of these that I just quickly rifled through, the largest school districts that are already transferring the most from their state general fund to cover special education costs are the districts that see the largest reductions. And I think what I would like to know, I know these models come to us as, hey, we just sliced it this way and here's the model. How would we adjust for need and equitable access to services in a model like this? What is missing from this just first cut and dried pass that we could, what are the adjustments that we could be looking at to address need?
I think that's a very good, legitimate question. I think that may be a good point for later as we kind of summarize and look at some of the strengths and weaknesses. So if you don't mind, we'll put that on hold until we go through the individual ones, but we will definitely come back and have that discussion, okay? Any other thing about the process that we're doing? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may have said this also, but can you describe a little bit more of the Maine model beyond just it's based on density, but since it's not in this packet? I just want to make sure that I know what I'm looking at.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to go ahead and start with the Maine model if we're ready to move on.
Yes, I think we're good with how we're looking at the models. Is that, do we need any clarification of what we're looking at and what it represents? Okay, so I think now we can go ahead and move into the details and hopefully get that, Representative. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with the Maine models, this is a change to a density model. And I do want to let you know that we are working on giving you, like we did last time, a breakdown of, with a single element, how it would work with each of these. That was taking longer than I expected, so it will be coming to you in a follow-up email. I apologize for the time delay. Time got away from me a little bit on that. But that will be coming in a follow-up email for you. With the main models, we are talking about the density of special education students. So Maine uses a model where it says that you get a weighting of 1.5 for your special education students that are up to 15% of your enrollment, and then you get a weighting of 1.38 for any special education students that are above that 15% threshold. Maine uses this based off of head count, not FTE. So when you look at this, the total number of special education weighted FTE that we have in column F is the combination of that, and KSDE worked with us on this to make sure that we had all of these model special education weighted FTE done correctly. So I just want to say thank you very much to KSDE for their time and effort for making sure that we could get this done correctly. So as you can see in this model, so for example, USD 101, in the way that the funding was done for weighted FTEs in fiscal year 2025, column E, they had 115.1 weighted FTE. In the model for Maine, if we use the density model, so we said, you know, we did the 1.5 for the number of students up to 15% of the enrollment, and then if that district had any more above that, it was 1.38. They are at 106.1 weighted FTE. Going through all of this together brings us to a difference in special education state aid of a negative amount of $19.3 million. So the density model itself, with the weightings as they are, would be a decrease in special education state aid of $19.3 million. I do want to pause here for a second and say, of course, that if we wanted to change the weighting percentages, we wanted to change the task force or the legislature wanted to change that 1.5 or that 1.38, we can do a different run with those things as well. We were just trying to make sure we were modeling based off of the other state models as close as possible. This would also then provide us with a different and computed LOB funding of a negative $8.7 million, a difference in the transfer to from the local option budget of just under $5.5 million, and then a total difference in funding, not transfers, total difference in funding, which is the special education state aid and the computed LOB of $28 million. That is just if we did the main model as it goes currently.
Jennifer, if we could take a pause, I think Dr. Harwood had a comment.
Yes.
It's just important to understand that what KLRD did is take Maine's weightings and put it with Kansas's base. Maine's base could be twice of what Kansas's base is, so that they're actually providing more special education funding. So keep in mind that when you're talking about the actual funding, it's both the weighting and the base. And so we've talked about before that Kansas tends to have a relatively low base and higher weightings. Other states have a higher base and lower weightings, and so that's going to cause some confusion here. But that's why when you get to the next model, it's like, how do we spend the same amount of money? And what Jennifer just said is you can do one of two things. You can raise the base, or you can lower, or you can raise the weighting. If you raise the actual base, that applies to all the weightings, which means everything is more expensive. And so, but that's just one of the things that we just have to look at going forward. So when you look at because some of the later ones have huge increases, that may also because they have a different kind of base. So I think the first one just helps you see relatively, and then we start talking about, well, what if we spent the same amount of money? How would it redistribute? I think it's just an important thing to think about, that the first one gives you good information about what that looks like. The second would give you a better idea of, well, if we use this to redistribute, what would happen?
Thank you, Jennifer. Please proceed.
Thank you. I do want to mention there is an additional weighting in here that I forgot to mention. There is weighting for districts that have less than 20 special education students. So if you have 19 students in special education, you get an additional weighting of 0.29. So there is that sort of extra weighting that is included in the main model to try to help with the fact that when you have low numbers, you may have higher expenses.
Thank you. Director Rooker?
Thank you. Specific to that point, and maybe more directed at our team of revisers, that sounds to me a whole lot like that 10% artificial minimum for at-risk funding that we attempted in 2018 or 2017 and had to take out in 2018 because, Jason, I know you remember. So I'm wondering if this would, in practice, be victim to that same precedent that it needs to be anchored in. I mean, because I think the same principle applied, that districts are going to have costs, and if we're not in the normal weighting, accounting for, you know, that every district should get at least a minimum. Am I conflating two things? But it sounds to me like it's the same situation.
Jason?
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I would need to definitely look into the main model in more detail. This minimum weighting sounds like somewhat of a floor. However, in the context of being a weighting based on student demographics and student enrollment, it may survive such a challenge that struck down the 10% minimum at-risk funding and the Gannon litigation, because that analysis was based more on a minimum amount of funding, irrespective of actual student demographics and enrollment, whereas the main model seems to be predicated on actual student head count and counting students who are in the district. And so I think there's a different argument that could possibly apply and a different analysis that could apply. Again, this is all supposition in terms of how Maine actually implements it and how the task force or a new formula would implement such a minimum baseline SPED funding amount.
I was the carrier of that amendment and believed that there was a practical reason that we should establish a floor like that, because there are districts like our friends in Blue Valley that we were attempting to solve for. There are expenses incurred for students that don't qualify on the particular proxy we were using to distribute the funding. Could we, by September, when I suspect all of this will be in play, have that analysis from you of whether there are similar legal pitfalls to worry about?
Yes, we can certainly look into, the legal arguments that could potentially jeopardize setting a minimum funding floor for special education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood, I think you wanted to speak about this. Representative McDonald, is your question about this or something else? Okay, then I'll let Dr. Harwood go first.
So I don't think this is a 15% minimum funding for our floor for funding. It's just that you get one weighting for the students you have up to 15% of your population. I try not to do too much with legislative intent, certainly not in a state that I've never been to, but it would seem like this goes back to the actual costs, in that just having a special education system, that would be the administration, all those things, has a higher cost to begin with, and then when you get up to a certain number, the cost may be lower. So it's not 15% of the funding, it's up to 15%, you get one weighting, and above that, and that's why the density model. And then at the other end, if you have really few students, you're going to have the economies of scale are gone, and so you have additional relative costs because of that. So I'm not sure that it fits in the same way of everybody gets at least 10% funding this way, it actually, it goes back to the student. But certainly, Jason will be the expert on that.
Thank you. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, I just want to make sure I had this right. We have 3 weightings. One is 0.29 for districts that have fewer than 20 kids. The next level is 1.5 weighting for districts that have up to 15% of their enrollment as identified special ed kids. Is that what you said?
That is what I said. I want to be
Okay.
clear that the 15% would include all those districts that have less than 20 students. So it'd be that the districts that have less than 20 students would be getting that 3rd weighting. But any district that would have the less than 15% of the total FTE would be getting the 15%. So it'd be getting the 1.5. I may have made that
I'm
more
more
confusing.
confused.
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top and then we'll work backwards. So if you have a district with more than 15% of their students identified as special ed, you get 1.38 weighting. Yes? For the top level. Frank might be.
Dr. Harwood.
I think we throw some numbers in, it might be easier. So if I have 100 students in my district, and I have 18 special education students, I get a 1.38 weighting for the first 15, and then, or a 1.5 weighting for the first 15, and a 1.38 weighting for the next 3. Because I have less than 20, I get an additional 0.29 for all 18 of them. So what that's doing is it's saying, I didn't say it was simple. I just said that's how it worked. But I think the numbers help you see that every one of the students gets either the 0.5 or the 1.5 or the 1.38, and then every student, if you're less than 20, gets the 0.29. So it's not one or the other; it's all that apply.
You're going to be disappointed that I have your cell phone number. This is a per district basis, not per building basis.
That is correct.
For the betterment of I know sometimes we look at it per building. So is there merit in looking at that as well? Or, because I have some buildings that are, higher percent.
So, Madam Chair, the main model does not look at it on a per building basis. That is not to say that it is not possible to do it as such. I'd have to confer with KSDE to find out if that is the way that they are tracking their special education students is by a building, or if that is, and I'm getting a no shake from.
Okay.
So for that information, there'd be more information we'd have to get from the school districts to be able to make that model.
Okay.
But it is something that is doable. We would just need to collect more information than we currently have.
I am not necessarily clear. I do appreciate your putting numbers to it with 100 and breaking it down. I guess my confusion is for those first 15 kids. I mean, can a kid get more than one weighting applied? That's my question.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, so I think it'd be easier to think about it if you talk about this with the 15% and the above 15% as being together, and then the weighting for less than 20 as a separate issue. So when we're talking about the information, if this for the school district, up to 15% would get the 1.5.
Okay.
Then students if we get to that, we're at the 15 would get the 1.5 multiplier. And then the 3 students would get a 1.38 multiplier. They would not get the 1.5 plus the 1.38. So for the weighting based on the percentages of the density, you would only get one of the 2 options.
I'm with you. Thank you.
That's what I tried to say.
And then after that,
You won't need those cell phone calls at midnight there, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We've got a long ways to go. Any other questions at this point? Please proceed.
The only thing I want to talk about with Model 1.2A is that, again, if you see the total difference in funding, most of that 11 million circles back to the difference in special education state aid, which is, again, moving the money from going directly to the interlocals back to the school districts that would then be handed out to the interlocals from the school districts. So that is all I have to say about Model 1.2A. I'm happy to stand for any other questions on Maine before we move on, or my colleague Matthew has something else he'd like to add.
Yes, Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to interject as well for this, as Jennifer had noted, since KSDE provided us with all of the weighted FTE, when we did the 601 million, rather than trying to figure out how to adjust the FTE within our standard base, we just adjusted the base. So you will notice between each of the models that the weighting is the same. So for instance, 101 in both are going to have 106.1. We just, again, for the sake of being able to do the math, then essentially created a special education base, if you will, in order to then distribute what $601 million would look like for that. That's not to say, again, per Dr. Harwood's discussion, you can adjust whatever you want, but for the sake of looking at those 601 models, there's essentially a larger base chunk per weighted FTE that we did so that it was still distributed in the same manner as far as kind of who got what proportion. We just have a larger amount per FTE. Just wanted to clarify for that confusion of, or so that way when you're reading it, you see that they're the same weighting, but they're different numbers, and that's why.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. One other point on what Matt's point was, is that, as he said, we can go either way. You can adjust the weightings or you can adjust the dollar. Since we did not know which way the task force wanted to go, that is why we did it the way we did. But we are happy to make the adjustments so you could see what the weighting, what the weighted FT would be if we changed that instead of the dollar amount. So if that's an easier way for you to understand it moving forward, we're happy to do so, but we did not want to make an assumption on which way the task force wanted to go as far as how they would want to change the weightings or the funding. Well, that was fun, and we're done for the day. No, so close. The next section is Louisiana. It's the green section. Louisiana is a single weighting for all of their special education students. And so this is a weighting of 1.5 for each qualifying student. This does include both the special education and the gifted students in its weighting. So gifted is included in this weighting for you. So basically with this model, we are taking each of the students and counting them as 1.5 FTE. So for example, in District 101, we're moving that from 115.1 weighted FTEs down to 42.9. I do want to point out that, as we've talked about repeatedly in the last 2 days, that the special education weighted FTE is not calculated based on anything within students. It's based on the funding in the current model. So the changes in the number of FTEs is not necessarily going to be as easy a comparison for you as with other weightings, because it's inherently not based the same way. But to get an idea of what we're talking about with a weighted FTE, we do want to make sure we're providing you what the current weighted FTE is. I just wanted to be clear that the current model does not do it based on student counts. They do it based off of us walking it back because of funding. Based on the Louisiana model, the difference between special education state aid from the current amount is a $355.5 million difference. It is negative. The difference in LOB is $118.9 million. And then the difference in the transfer from LOB would be $117.7 million. This is a Again, going back to that, it's a single weighting. It would cover every single one of your students. There is no, based on these models, we are no longer doing catastrophic aid, transportation aid, anything like that. This is just purely the 1.5 per student. So that all of that is rolled into the same dollars that are going out for your students. As you can see in 103A, we have moved back to the $601 million. There is still school districts that will have drops in the funding that they have. But the difference boils back down to, again, about the money that is going to the interlocals from the state instead of going to the school districts first. Happy to stand on questions for the single weighting model from Louisiana.
Dr. Harwood, then Director Rooker.
Yeah, I would just like to, so we've talked a lot about simple. This is as simple as it gets. But I also would say it's the least fair of all the models because it doesn't take anything into account other than how many students have an IEP. Doesn't matter what the severity is. The other thing I will say is that even though when you look at this, there are several large districts that kind of come out behind with the current weighting, all those kinds of things. This would be really difficult for small districts because if all of your special education students are speech language, you're probably doing okay. But if all of a sudden somebody's not, you're going to be in trouble. And for a small district, that's going to be a problem of just that is. The larger districts, the average of a single weighting is probably going to kind of balance out. Smaller districts, that's harder to do. However, so again, I just think that as we're talking about all of the things, this is the best example we've come across so far of the difference between simple and fair, because the rest of the models get more complicated, but I would say many of them get much more closer to fair. So just wanted to point that out.
Director Rooker. Any other comments or questions on Louisiana? Okay, Jennifer.
Madam Chair, I do have one other thing that does cover all of the models that I did forget to mention earlier. When we do the models, we did not, so as we discussed yesterday, there was a 2009 special education amount for LOB. That is not factored into the model. That is still, when you look at the fiscal column J, that is still factored in for the fiscal year 25 because that is statute as it is currently. But when we did these models, we did not include whether it's higher of 2009 or current because that does not go with any of these models. So I did want to point out that that is not being included in this as well, which will be a reason why you will see some differences in districts that you may not be able to account for otherwise because they were using their 2009 special education dollar amount instead of the current year's. Now that I've made it even more confusing for you, let's talk about New York. New York's purple. New York is in the models, or is part of the memo that Elena did include. It's on page 12 of that memo. I'm going to open my own memo back up there as well to reference the same thing as you all. So with this model, we're calling it current and transitional weightings. There is a single weighting for students that are currently getting special education funding, and that amount is 1.41. And then there is a transitional weighting, which is for students who had a special education exit code in the previous year. So for the first year after they exit out of special education, there will be funding for those students coming out of, there will be special education funding sent to the school in case those students need to go back on to special education. And that transitional weighting is a 0.5. So that is When we're talking about transitional students, we're talking about their first year in a full-time, or for New York, when they talk about transitional students, they are talking about their first year in a full-time regular education program off of IEPs. For the way that we calculated it for Kansas, we used the exit code as their indication that they were moving off of IEPs back into the regular school, just baseline school. Is there questions about the two different sections of the weightings before we get into dollars?
Seeing none.
So in this model, you can see that there is actually an increase from the special education state aid. It's an increase of $94.1 million in special education state aid. There's also an increase in how the computed LOB funding is going, and that's $28.4 million. The transfers from LOB would also increase by $32.3 million. And in the end, the total difference in funding from the special education state aid and computed LOB is an additional $122.5 million. So this does, this is one of those states that does address the question of how do you get people off of IEPs and not have it be tied to the funding itself. But it is one of the only ones, I believe, that has a transitional weighting for students. So, happy to stand for questions on transitional and current weightings, New York or otherwise.
Mr. Moore.
I'm just wondering if they have a requirement to monitor those students in a certain manner that are in transitional, because we're required to monitor them for a couple of years to see how they're progressing. And they may have something in their practices and policies that requires that.
Madam Chair, I don't have that information up here. I'd be happy to look into that and just follow up with it. I don't believe that it's, but I'd be happy to verify before.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no additional questions, you may continue.
The next packet is Mississippi, bright orange. That is included in page 5 of the ones that Elena provided for you. So with Mississippi is where we start to talk about the multi-tier models. We have two different versions of the Mississippi model in front of you. It's models 1.05 and 1.06, and then 105A and 106A. Model 105 includes the 3-tier weighting model, and then it keeps gifted separate. So the way that the Mississippi model works is that it does not include gifted as part of the tiers as they stand currently in Mississippi. So the tiers, as you can see on the back underneath the assumptions, we do list out what each of the tiers have, but I'll go ahead and cover them here. So tier 1 is specific learning disabilities, speech language impairment, and developmentally delay at 60% or 0.6. Tier 2 is autism, hearing impairment, emotional disability, orthopedic impairment, intellectual disability, and other health impairments, and that'd be a weighting of 1.1. Tier 3 is visual impairment, deaf blindness, multiple disabilities, and traumatic brain injury, and this would be a weighting of 1.03 or 1.3. And then gifted students are weighed at 5% of 5%, which boils down to 0.0025 if you're wanting to do the math yourself. So with that, you can see that the tiers are broken out, the weightings go in there. So as you discussed, wanting in past meetings about wanting to have tiers of and see how that funding all works out. In this example, where if, again, just dropping their model directly into the state of Kansas using our students, it'd be a negative $461.3 million in special education state aid, and then a difference in computed LOB of $153.4 million. And then, so overall, we're looking at a negative $614.9 million in funding between the special education state aid and the computed LOB amounts. And that is from model 1.05. So that keeps gifted as its own separate one. Happy to stand for questions on this one or move on to the second version of the Mississippi model, and then we can talk about them all together.
Vice Chair Estes.
For Mississippi and all of the states who used tiers, when you talk about them, it would be helpful to know if you know, and you very well may not know, whether or not they considered what those associated costs for each of their tiers usually are for them. Or what do you know about how they determined what those weightings should be? What was their methodology?
Madam Chair, I do not have that information up here. I'm happy to look in and see what else they have available and reach out to those states to see if they can provide additional information. But I do not have that today.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that question, Representative Estes, because what I hear from my district says, please just acknowledge what this costs. Like, just because you stop funding something doesn't mean that the need goes away. So whatever we land on, I do want actual costs to be really carefully factored in. And just since I have the microphone for a second, all of these models are very detrimental to all of my districts. And like they're the top one or two in every, top three in every one of these models. So I appreciate that this is an exercise to flush out when we mess with this, what does it do? I just struggle to figure out how do we counteract that, as Director Rooker said earlier, that off-sized negative impact on these larger districts. Thanks.
Seeing no questions, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in 1.06, what we have done is we have moved gifted into tier 1. So instead of having gifted students be 0.0025 as a weighting, they are now considered 0.6 as a weighting. So just to remind you, tier 1 is specific learning disabilities, speech language impairment, developmental delay, and gifted students. Tier 2 is autism, hearing impairment, emotional disability, orthopedic impairment, intellectual disability, and other hearing impairments. And Tier 3 is the visual impairment, deaf blindness, multiple disabilities, and the traumatic brain injury. With that change from moving gifted back into Tier 1, there is still a decrease if we say that we are just replacing it exactly as it is, $459.4 million in special education state aid. Difference in LOB of $152.9 million for a total difference of $612.3 million when we talk about just putting it into Kansas. What I am hearing and seeing from all of your faces is you would much rather talk about the $601 million one than that, but we do want to make sure that what we provided you gave you a clear understanding of how those models would be if we were just to put them in as they are now. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions on Mississippi.
Please proceed.
The next section is Oklahoma, light pink. We did hand out a memo on Oklahoma when we discussed special education before. This is multiple weightings, and it is for primary and secondary services. Now, Oklahoma does have a couple of options that we did not include due to lack of information from their direct, like we just couldn't put the pieces together exactly the same. So I believe that's option 1 and option 10 if we're talking about the information that should be in Elena's document on page 6. page 7. Just kidding. That's the wrong piece of paper. That was the wrong model. Pay no attention to the last 3 minutes of my conversation. Elena's section is just fine the way it is, perfect as always. I was thinking about a different state model that we did not actually run the models for on that, so apologize for the confusion. But the Oklahoma model does also have tiers, or it has, it changes to the primary and secondary exceptionality. So for each student, if they have a primary exceptionality and they have a second exceptionality, they get weightings for both of those, the first two exceptionalities that they have. If it is, and as you can see on the back of the model, which is what I should have started by reading, is that the weighting categories are listed there with each of their weighting amounts, and then it'd just be which of those is their primary and which of those is their secondary. You do notice on this one that there is not a multiple, there is a multiple disabilities weighting on there, and so therefore that would be considered the primary as a multiple disability due to the fact that then you're encompassing all of the different disabilities with it. The weightings are listed there on the back for you. If we put this model, as we look at model 107 directly, it is a negative amount of $192.3 million in special education state aid. Computed LOB is a negative $65.3 million for a total difference in funding from special education state aid and computed LOB of $257.6 million. So this one, this type of model does allow you to have multiple different weightings for each individual student, but maintains it just at those two, as opposed to the other ones where if a student had multiple weightings, we would be counting them for each of the ones for the tiers that they're in. Any questions on Oklahoma?
Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is for clarity. Yesterday, we talked about there are students that are classified in Kansas developmentally delayed. But for calculation purposes, what weighting did we use? Since Oklahoma, I don't think that's on that list.
It is listed here as 0.4. As what we did as the weighting for that. Thank you for the reminder. We did talk about the fact that developmental delay and gifted were not listed in the Oklahoma model. And then so for purposes of the model, we did put it as a 0.4, which is the same as a specific learning disability. So we tried to put it at a category level that would fall in a similar area. Again, those would be able to be discussed as changing weightings as we go, but thank you for refreshing my memory.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 2 questions. Are you saying that gifted is factored into these spreadsheets or it is not? Like for us?
When we are factoring it for the models, we have added in gifted unless we have specifically said we are not adding it in. So for example, when we said gifted is separate from the 3 tiers in Mississippi, thank you for the assist. In Mississippi, that's being called out as different, but in general, we are including gifted as part of the tiers and having it called out with the weighting.
So in this specific model, what is the weighting for gifted that you
0.4.
Thank you. You used the same as developmental delay.
And it's the same as developmentally delayed and the specific learning disability.
Okay. And then my other question, I just wanted to be clear. I understand that if a child has a primary and a secondary exceptionality, they can have 2 weightings on top of each other. And if they have 3 or more, do they get bumped into that multiple disabilities category and just get 1 weighting? Or how does that work? Or do they get additional, say they have 5 exceptionalities, do they get 5 weightings, or am I too much in the weeds on that?
I'm going to defer to, give me just one second.
Matthew, did you have? I saw you holding up your hand.
Madam Chair, I believe it's what Jenny's confirming with. I believe they get the higher of the two. So if they had 4 exceptionalities, it's whichever 2 would give them the highest weightings. I would also note for the developmental delay that Oklahoma requires for funding that they attribute to what they believe the weighting would be. And so potentially they would still be marked as developmental delayed, but would get a weighting of whatever they believe that delay might be. But obviously we would not have the data for that, which is why we just waited for developmental disability.
Thank you.
Jennifer,
Matthew
did
is
you have
correct.
something to add?
I would also state that I misspoke earlier when I talked about multiple disabilities. That is a very specific title, and so we have to go with that when we say multiple disabilities. That's not, you fit into multiple categories here. So I apologize for misspeaking about that. It is the highest 2 of whatever their requirements are.
Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
I was just going to point out that multiple disabilities is a specific category. It's not just that you fit into several categories. So it's just kind of what Jennifer said.
Representative Estes.
This is actually a frank question. Refresh me, and I'm sorry, because I did need to step out of the room earlier, and I might have missed this, so I apologize if I'm asking a question that was answered. When you're giving the State Department information, when you're giving legislative research information for these formulas, are you able to estimate what our tiers would look like?
So
Based off of our population,
yeah,
student
so
population.
The reason that KSD had to put together the FTEs is that, as you could guess, in a lot of these cases, there were 1 or 2, so we couldn't give the information out because it was less than 10. So we calculated the total FTE based on the formulas that KLRD gave us. And so, yes, it was based on exactly wherever that exceptionality fit into the tier. I think the only place that we had to kind of make things up are when the model of the state didn't have that exceptionalities like gifted. We had to kind of figure out where does that fit in the weightings. And that's listed on the back of each of them. The other one, Oklahoma, caused a little bit of a problem, which, thinking about it now, probably has it underfunded because a lot of developmental delays would be higher weighted disabilities than specific learning disabilities. So we could go back and change the weighting, but I think that would be the case is when we get to the one, hey, we really like this model, we could really dig into those things. But we were looking at how many students had IEPs that met each of the criteria of whatever the model was.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
You may proceed.
Okay. The last section that we're going to talk about models for today are the DC models. They're on page 9 of Elena's memo. So for the DC models, we have 2 different versions of this as well, Model 1.08, Model 1.09. Model 1.08 is weightings based on hours, and this is broken into 4 levels. Level 1 is 8 hours or less per school week of specialized services. Level 2 is more than 8 hours and less than or equal to 16 hours per school week of specialized services. Level 3 is more than 16 hours and less than or equal to 24 hours per school week. And then level 4 is more than 24 hours per school week of specialized services, whether that include instruction in a self-contained or dedicated special education school, other than residential placement, As you know, we do have the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf, which do get their own funding through the legislative process. So those are not included as far as funding when we're discussing this sort of thing. And I said that too quickly, but there is funding that goes directly for those two schools outside of the special education funding. That is what I meant to say. So this first model just uses those 4 levels. It takes and does a weighting based on the hours broken out in those 4 levels. In this case, the difference in special education state aid from current is an additional $143.3 million. It's an additional $44.6 million in computed local option budget funding for a total increase of $187.8 million in special education funding. Model 1.09 takes those same 4 levels and then includes some additional weightings. So these weightings are, I do want to note, these weightings are included in the DC model. They're not in the memo because they don't deal with the tiers, but they are included in the DC model. DC includes 3 different additional weightings. They include a weighting for their special education compliance, weighting for attorney's fees. They also have a residential student weighting that we did not do for the same reasons that we have the residential schools separate as an account. So the 1.09 model includes the fees or the compliance amounts and the attorney's fees. Compliance is done at 0.099 per student, and attorney's fees is 0.89 or 0. I think that's supposed to be 0.089, not 0.89, but I can happily verify that. So with those changes, with those additional amounts added in, we're looking at a model difference increase of $236.4 million, a model difference from computed LOB of $75.1 million for a total difference in funding of $311.5 million. This is, again, including those 2 additional areas that DC does include as weightings that are separate. Those are done per student, not based on hours. So the hours are still, just like when we talked about with Maine, you're talking about the hours as one portion, and then you're talking about the compliance and attorney's fees as a separate count. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions on DC, any of the ones we've talked about, or anything else you would like to ask me questions on this morning before lunch.
Vice Chair Estes. She was pointing me over to this side, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you talk a little bit more about special ed compliance and how that's applied? I'm assuming it's like the compliance rate of how the district is meeting the IEPs. Am I right in that? And say they're 98% compliant. How does that translate to this calculation of 0.099?
So the fees themselves are just on a per student basis to ensure to use for the check for special education compliance. So it's used for my understanding, and I can double check this for you, is it's used for the administrative costs that are needed to do the check for compliance with special education, which is why it's based on a per student rather than based on hours.
Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Jennifer, I'm actually going back to Oklahoma, but I'll come back to DC here. So the line that says a data set for special education students is by district unduplicated special education student by category. So does that mean that the student is only counted once, or what exactly does that mean? It's number 8.
Madam Chair, it's been a moment since I have discussed this with the KSDE. If you give me a moment, I will see what I can find out for you.
It's Oklahoma, it's the back where number.
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to get back to you on the answer to that question. It's going to take me a minute or two to fully understand that, so.
It was taking me a minute or two also. So, and then, so I'll go back to DC. So then, which I think this is a much simpler question. So then on DC, number 8 says the data set for special education students is based on IEP minutes. So so they're calculating their model with those 4 levels and the 3 additional weightings. They're basing them on the number of IEP minutes that would be in their IEP document. Would that be correct?
Yes, that would be correct. That's, when we say hours on top, it's just do the weekly hours, but it's minutes per is how it's calculated in the IEPs.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Estes, then Director Ricker.
And Jennifer, I'm going to give you a little time because my question is for the superintendents. I sometimes look at things, major purchases in my life, and I also consider the unseen and the cost of ownership. And I asked this question last session, and I didn't really get an answer, and I didn't have time to follow up on it. Do you know under our current formula what your man-hour and cost are to comply with submitting in what you need to document under our formula?
Are we talking about all the reports? Just getting clarity?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have a firm number. I don't know that we could calculate that. And each year looks slightly different depending on what's being audited. Some years audits for special education take a little bit less time. Others take a lot more. I can tell you it's time consuming and it takes a lot of people hours, but I couldn't tell you the exact amount.
And people hours are expensive.
Yes.
Dr. Nitzwander.
I'm also assuming this isn't just for special education, or is this?
It was for special education, but and yes, I know it's a problem that goes across the board, but for this discussion.
Yeah, I as well couldn't put a number of hours, but I do know, since we're part of an interlocal, the Keystone interlocal that we work with, they put significant hours in. Then each of our districts spend quite a bit of time checking numbers, following back up, but we need to make sure, to ensure that all the kids are getting served. So that's just part of the job, but it is a lot.
Thank you. Just because in my own mind, I think it's important we keep some of those unseen costs for me in the back of my mind as we pick a formula and what's it cost us to comply with it and so on.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is just so I don't lose this train of thought more so than a question for KLRD. But as we're thinking about these tiered approaches, I think I would also like to hear from the superintendents, the agency, about what is a more realistic approach, whether it is the assignment of the minutes to the type of service, or is it the categories of intensity. And like I said, that is not a KLRD question so much as I would like that as food for thought for discussion later.
Mr. Moore, did you have your hand up?
I just
Did
wanted to comment that on the requirements, it's a continuous work that occurs. I mean, every IEP is required under federal law. So the time it takes to complete IEPs, to get teams together, and then we have SPED Pro clerks that work in every system, and they are full-time pretty much to input all of the data so that we can collect it and report it back to the federal government. So the time and effort is huge for the federal reporting requirements, not to mention when any compliance findings are found, and then that district has to put in corrective action to do a root cause, look at their policies, practices, and procedures, and come up with that corrective action that's approved by the department. So, I mean, the federal requirements and the state requirements around IDEA are extreme, but they're there for a reason, and that's to protect the rights of the parent and the child.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking about maintenance of effort, and I was trying to remember, is that something in statute? Is it federal? Is it not? And then a follow-up question for Bert or Frank. For these districts, like my districts are major in the hole on every single one of these models, and I understand we can monkey with the numbers and the weightings, but we're going to end up with winners and losers no matter what we pick. So help me understand from a maintenance of effort standpoint, what impact will be had if a district has less. I think that there may be a difference of opinion on this panel as to whether maintenance of effort means like globally that we'll give the same amount of money in the pot to broadly, and then others of us think we need to hold each district harmless so that they're not on the hook for more than before. Am I making sense?
Dr. Harwood.
I can start and then I'll let Bert take over. So the state has what's called maintenance of fiscal support, which is what the state spends on special education. So that's why we went to the 601 million because, and now it's 611 million. The state could not spend less than that without some really convoluted things about how you do that. So maintenance of fiscal support is a state level requirement. Maintenance of fiscal effort is a district level requirement. I'll let Bert talk more about that.
So what it amounts to is between the state and the local, you have to match what you had spent the year before. And unless you have, and this is going to get really deep in the roots here, but unless you have additional federal aid that you receive, then you have an opportunity to reduce your local effort by 50%. But that hasn't happened for many, many years. So there are issues around that include the local, the state, they add up, and then we have to meet that annually for each system. So each district, let's choose Blue Valley. If they spent $311 million, I'm just throwing a number out. Between the state and the local, they would have to match that at a minimum the next year to meet maintenance of effort. Go ahead, Frank.
Which is why I think when we get to the end where, I mean, maintenance of effort for local school districts has to be something this committee thinks about, especially one, as we craft what we want it to look like, but then also how it gets phased in. And because in some of these, we have, like Olathe loses up to $19 million. And so with maintenance of effort, because they would lose that state aid, they would have to make it up with local effort. And so that's probably not practical. But I think that it doesn't take away from talking about the different mechanisms that are available, but it has a big impact on what actually is decided and then how that is actually funded. So.
It would be helpful for me. I appreciated what you said, Bert, but it was very hard for me to scribble. If I had like a paragraph of summary, I think we'd all probably benefit from that. But
we can get you the maintenance of effort information that we have on file.
okay. And maintenance of fiscal support, like being able to distinguish the two is still a little hard for me, so.
I think one is a state requirement, the other is a local requirement. The state has to make sure that they keep their fiscal support similar to what they have in the past, or that they have evidence to support why they didn't. Otherwise, you're paying money back to the federal government for anything that you're missing your maintenance of effort. And we don't want to send any money back.
So when you say if they provided evidence of why they didn't, like I could see this body saying, well, the money's not there, so that's our evidence of why we didn't. I mean, is there something that prevents that?
So I would say other than a national economic crisis, if a state opted to make it so they did not have the money to do that, that would not be considered, I mean, that would be considered a choice, not a circumstance, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so when you look at, 2008, there was a lot of federal dollars that came to states because of the housing crisis. The state could use those funds to maintain their fiscal support, and that was okay. It was less state money. And so in those times, that's happened. I mean, if Kansas just decided, well, if you went with one of the models where it was $400 million less, it would be difficult, I think, for the state to say, yeah, there is this reason why we need to only spend a third on special education of what we did the year before. So, and that's what it's there for, is to protect families, and then in this case, districts, that the state doesn't make just choose not to fund how they've been funding.
Okay, and I guess this may be better to talk about more at length at the end, but with the confusion and unreliability of federal dollars coming towards the states and the rhetoric about how the states are going to handle all these things, like our budget is tight already. And so I would like a little more information or direction, maybe from Department of Ed or others. How are districts able to plan if we have so much uncertainty? And I know that we can't control the feds. We can influence them, and we do, I hope. But at the end of the day, we do rely on federal funds, and that the climate right now, from a fiscal standpoint, is disturbing and worrisome. So I would love to have more dialogue about that. Thank you.
Mr. Moore, when you provide the maintenance of effort, could you give that to Steph so that the entire committee could have that information? I think that'd be good for all of us.
I will try to get that over lunch.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question. Oh, I'm sorry. We have two questions before lunch. We have Director Profit online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize I'm eating into the lunch hour, no pun intended, so I'll try to be brief. I should know the answer to this question. It's for either Bert or Dr. Harwood. On the maintenance of effort, whether it's statewide or at the district level, are we held to a dollar amount regardless of need, or is it at the student level? And what I mean is, if there is a reduction in students year over year, or a reduction in resource need year over year, are we still held to that dollar level, even if it's not quote unquote needed?
We have several exceptions that were allowed, and that would be one. You can reduce it if you've lost a big need student that was expensive and that student is no longer being served. That counts for a reduction. If you have staff that leave that are paid at a higher salary and you've hired staff in at a lower salary, that's an exception. So we do have exception allowances, but then they have to prove it. And anyone in this room that does special education as an administrator knows what that requires. And we have not had any systems not meet maintenance of effort for a long time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think the short answer is that it is a dollar amount, but there are exceptions. But you would have to be able to support those exceptions.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a question related to history that we experienced as a state. Nothing else lives behind this question. It seems to me that at the point where we passed Senate Bill 7, the block grant bill in 2015, that perhaps, if memory serves, it did affect our federal standing, the maintenance of effort at that time. And I'm curious if I'm remembering it correctly and whether we could come back with some information at a later time to clarify that. Yeah.
I have a little bit of memory. I remember we paid back money to the federal government.
That's what I thought. And
over
then
$30 million.
And moving forward, that because we had to pay some back, it it was like then the next year, our baseline starting point was lower in terms of what we received from the feds.
They reduce our funding by the amount that you don't meet MOE. So when you don't meet it, then they're going to take their money back by not giving you the money the next year, similar to what the IRS does or other individuals do, where you have to have that money paid in, and they can take that out of your next payment.
So effectively, it's a reverse compounding effect.
It can be.
Okay, I thought I was there. It was rare, and I remembered it all too well, but we'll see.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch. Before we do, I will just ask, looking at our September meeting schedule, we are scheduled to come back the day after Labor Day. And there's been some question from staff so that they might have, I just want everyone to check your calendars is what I'm getting at. If it would be possible to move that instead of Tuesday, Wednesday to Wednesday, Thursday. So people traveling or coming back have a day in between to prepare and travel or whatever. And the other part of that is our September agenda is very heavy. Would it be possible to make that 2 full days rather than a day and a half? So if everyone could just please check their availability, let us know if that's a problem later today. Would appreciate that. And with that, we are breaking till 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. So good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. I always say that's the quickest hour and a half of the day. So thank you for those of you who returned. We will go ahead and get back to kind of tidy up a few things from this morning. Task force members, you have a corrected or an updated, I should say, copy of the minutes on, you should have in front of you. If you look at the bottom of the page, there's an underlined sentence that Nick has said does reflect the wording in statute. So if you want to take a moment and look over that, we'd just go ahead and take care of that business this afternoon, if that's okay with everyone. So take a moment, look at that. If there are any questions or concerns. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chair Estes.
I will move to adopt as republished. My original concern had been whether or not that was reflected what was said at the time, and I'm assured that, have been assured that what somebody rewatched it and that is an accurate reflection, so I feel like we got to a good place. So that's my motion.
We have a motion, second by Representative McDonald. Any other questions? Yes, Representative McDonald.
I just wanted to thank you. That was my recollection, and I appreciate whoever went and looked to be sure. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Nick, for that quick turnaround and us just being able to get that off of our plate. The other thing, Mr. Moore, thank you so much. Committee, you were emailed and you have a hard copy of the maintenance of effort information that was referenced right before lunch, and voila, we have it coming back from lunch. So thank you for that quick turnaround. Appreciate that. So we will open up the discussion this afternoon. Director Rooker had a question that was kind of comprehensive in nature. We went ahead and looked at the models. I'd like to, if that's okay, at this time circle back to that and open up discussion with that. Director Rooker, I don't know if you want to, in light of going through the models, have any additional information or questions regarding what you originally had asked.
Lots of thoughts swirling, but I think what I wanted us as a committee to sort of dig into is now we have all these models in front of us for a variety of different approaches. The presentation is coming from research staff, so it's their place to report to us what is, but I am curious from the folks, putting our superintendent friends and educators around this committee table a little bit on the spot to talk about, practically speaking, as we think about the pros and cons of the various ways the tiered approach is set up, is there something that feels like it's a more accurate depiction or a more responsible way of, or maybe that's not the right word, but getting at something that is an improvement in terms of anchoring the way we're setting up the distribution model with the responsibilities you have to the students with IEPs in the state?
And if you all want to, have some process time on that, we can certainly come back. That's a big ask, but if something comes to mind right now, fine. If not, we can always circle back. But Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. I think the reason there was a pause is obviously we looked at a lot of information which we just received this morning. So I'm still in the processing stage, and even being in the processing stage, I also wonder how much of the challenges are about the amount of funding in special education versus the way we fund it, because it kind of combines together. That's one thing. And then I also wonder if it applies and looks differently based on size of district, interlocal versus co-op, those type of things. The first thing that comes to mind, this is just first blush, I think there's experts probably that would be better at answering it, that live this every single day. The first thing that comes to mind is how do we still prepare for, support those students who have intensive needs? Because yes, the models, for example, whether it be Oklahoma, wherever the case may be, yes, there are some different tiers, but even that necessarily doesn't approach that this particular student may fall in that category, but they cost 10 times more than every other student I know in that category. So I think that's my first blush. Once again, there's probably some folks that would be better versed that we could bring back and ask questions that apply it every single day.
So if I'm understanding that point, you could have 5 students who are all full-time in terms of if you're looking at the minutes, or they're all tier 3 if you're looking at the groupings. But the need, the cost of that full-time care could be drastically different because it's a different type of professional needed for that
That's
time.
correct, or more than one person needed to help support the needs of the kid at a time.
Well, and I think what kind of, with respect to the fact that these are really just basic either or models that don't take into consideration the ways we might want to account and make accommodations for things, it really did strike me how many, in every model, how many districts were in the red, and I'm struggling with that. That speaks to total funding, because that's even true in the models using the 601 million. So it feels revealing to me that we can slice the pie into wedges or slice it into squares, but we still are slicing the same size pie, and there are districts struggling to make ends meet currently that a different funding model isn't addressing unless we are giving thought to why and how we need to deal with that.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that as well. I agree. I kind of wonder, and I know this is another stretch for the people doing so much work already, but had the models been looked at the 92%, if we tried to instead of use 600 and whatever, and what would that even look like, just hypothetically in each of these situations? But that's just a wonder I've had in that process is, once again, is it the model or the amount of funding available? The district in which I serve obviously is negatively impacted in almost every case in these models, but yet the last I checked, our percent of local funds is one of the highest in the state. And so we're already to the point of expending more local funds, almost 50-50 split with the state. So.
Yes, Dr. Nenswender.
So my first thought looking at this is through every state, I was like, I need to take this to our special education director. I'd like to take this to our state directors of special education, because they know this in detail. Because I just think, whether you fund on a reimbursement model or you fund on a weighted, before or reimburse after, the details of serving kids and the resources to do that is very complicated. So I would like, same with Dr. Gibson, I was looking at this going, okay, I couldn't tell you what an appropriate weighting would be for a certain exceptionality, because it's all related to cost of service. And So I would like, the whole way through, I'm like, I got to have the experts look at it that live in this every day to be able to give me any kind of recommendation. So I would like to do that, and I don't know what timeline, but that, my first thing is I've got to have them look at it. So whether you reimburse at the back end or fund on the front end, how do you provide for the services? Because what's also different with special education is, you know, September 20th, we're going to get audited on the number of kids, and that's what we have, whether we have move-ins or move-outs. Special education's different. You got to respond throughout the year. So that's why I'd like to have them take a look at this.
And I think that's a good point. I hope no one has the expectation that in a day and a half of talking about this, we're going to find, but hopefully this is another step in the progression of digging a little deeper, having some examples. Does any of it may not make sense, but you know, I know there's been concern over a timeline, and really our only drop dead timeline is July of 2027, and hopefully this is just helping us move and have some more pieces to think about as it relates. So I don't know if that helps or not, Dr. Ninswander.
One thing I'd like to add, and if everybody in the middle could plug your ears, and then our chair can tell you to unplug them at the appropriate time. I think I'm just really curious, you know, if you look at NAEP and you look at the states that are consistently at the top, I'd like to see what their models are. Are they doing something different than, I mean, these are great just to see different examples of how other states, but I'd like to see what the consistently high achieving, both with the regular finance formula, but especially with special ed, how are they doing? Because we might glean something out of there that's like, okay, we have not seen that. So you can unplug your ears now.
So, yes, I think that's a great point. And as we've said repeatedly, we want to look at where we can get student outcomes. One of the things we know that I'm hopeful in this arena is I've seen research that shows that improved literacy instruction and outcomes also help in the special ed arena as well. And so with all the effort, all the emphasis on literacy, hopefully we'll get some carryover into the special ed arena as well. We've seen that in other states. We'll see if it works here in Kansas as well. So I think that's a positive point to make. So, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Ninswander just mentioned the difference in, you know, you have a hard count date versus the special ed population. I imagine it's not just families moving in and out, it's a need that emerges over the course of a school year. And at any time that a student's needs dictate, you're going to begin the process of developing a plan that could culminate in an IEP. Is that fair to say? So I think I asked this question when we first were provided this notion of the tiered model. How do these states that implement this already, what is there's got to be a date certain where you like shut the door and say, okay, funding will be based on the students at such and such time. Is it September 20th, you know, like the fall count date? Is it the budget season in the legislature? Is it the prior year data? Like I am struggling to understand where that point in time is that is logical for settling on a number of students in the categories upon which we base the funding. So that is still an open question for me.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's unique just to special. I mean, we kind of struggle with that with in and out migration in our general ed population as well. How do you accurately capture the needs and the number of students that districts are having to educate with funding. So, but I do think, it's on steroids with special education because those needs are immediate. You can't necessarily perhaps do like a 3-year average or a look back so that's a good point. I see staff furiously typing to maybe capture that and try to do some follow-up on how other states do that count.
Yeah, I would just close that with the observation that if we need a date certain, it feels like it should be centered around the population in the district in September so that you are set up to deal with the students who are in your classrooms, in your system. And I don't know how feasible that is, but that seems more realistic than funding last year's group of students, even understanding there may be fluctuations over that school year, but I don't know.
Dr. Harwood.
So I can address that a little bit and answer one of Senator Petty's questions from the morning. She asked a question on Oklahoma. On the bottom, number 8 talks about the unduplicated count. So that comes from a federal report that KSD gives to OSEP, which is the Office of Special Education Programs, and their date is December 1st. So these numbers for Oklahoma are based on our December 1st count, which is the count date for special education students that's given to the federal government. So when it talks about unduplicated, every student only gets counted once. Now in Oklahoma, you can have more than one exceptionality, so that's fine. But it doesn't matter even to the point where if you have a part-time virtual student, part-time in-person student, they still only get counted once. And so that's what the unduplicated part means. And then for federal reporting, it is December 1st. However, what's that?
And June 1st.
And June 1st. So then that doesn't preclude the problem that right back from winter break on January 4th, a student has had something happen and now all of a sudden the IEP team meets and said they need a lot more services because of whatever has happened during that time. Again, whether that's special ed or regular ed, if we want to come up with something that adjusts for that, we can certainly do that in one way or the other. But for special ed, for federal reporting, December 1st and June 1st are the count dates that are already in place.
Thank you. That is helpful. Representative Steele.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Great, thank you. Actually, my question was revolving around count dates. And so I'm so glad we just moved straight into that. I know the federal government, as Dr. Harwood and addressed, had 2 counts for count date. Was that something that would potentially be something that we could look at as the state to do 2 different count dates just because of students needing to be monitored and then tested before, IEPs and things are developed?
Dr. Harwood.
It certainly is actually in the current formula for military, for districts that serve a large number of military students, there are 2 count dates, September and February. So the count date that we have is one we made up. So if we come up with a better way to do it and have multiple count dates, now I will say the work that districts do for their September 20th count to get that information in by October 10th, when we started talking about the amount, the kind of the compliance piece, that doesn't happen overnight. Now we'll get better with our change in our student information system at the state level when we can get real-time data versus we only take 2 different uploads of students. So, but if we could count every day, the problem with that is that makes planning more difficult. So it's a give and take. So when you know ahead of time, you can plan. When it changes over time, you can react. And so I think it's how do we balance that?
Representative Steele, did you have any follow-up?
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
I raised my hand right before Frank said something that I was hoping he would say, and all of these decisions, when we add administrative tasks, do result in tying up not just administrators, but teachers, specialists, that sort of thing. I appreciated your mentioning literacy a bit ago. Representative Estes, Senator Erickson, and I serve on the Literacy Advisory Committee, and I really celebrate that we know how to fix this literacy issue. We know about the science of reading. We have a path forward. I just would reiterate that when it comes to staff development, we strip that out of our budget. Mentor teachers, strip that out of our budget. Funding the Blueprint for Literacy, we also strip that out of our budget. So I think we just need to remind ourselves the budget's a reflection of our priorities, and every day of the week, we all want to make sure that we are there for our teachers. If we were funding special ed at 92%, Blue Valley, for instance, could get every teacher a 10% raise. So that says something. And I understand there's scarcity in all things, but literacy is a priority to everybody in this room. And I think we just need to make sure and invest in that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first looked at some of these runs and I saw a bunch of red ink, it was kind of like not pleasant. But then what I kind of came to remind myself is we're really looking at the methodology, and if we adopted or borrowed from some parts or of different models, we'd still be the ones in control of the weights, and the weights are what makes something in the red and not in the black. So I try to keep that in mind before I decide I don't like a model.
Dr. Nenswander, you're in my queue. Maybe we didn't get you out of the queue previously.
Thank you. I think that's when I was pointing at Dr. Gibson that he needed to, and you saw that. I was like,
I saw the ping pong back and forth. I just have a queue here, and you were in the queue, so I just want to make sure that we covered. Okay, other comments? Vice Chair Estes.
We got, so since we kind of seemed quiet on this topic, we got into a discussion maybe last month or the month before and this month about graduation rates and success. And staff, what I was trying to explain, I think didn't come across well because it's something you kind of have to look at. And staff was very kind enough to type that up and ask them to distribute it, because what my point there is, we have a statewide criteria. We have a minimum number of credits. We have a minimum that your grade must be a D. But my point is about the scale. So what I have here are 10 students. We have a pretend district with 10 seniors, and here's their grade average. And depending on the grade point scale you use, in some districts, some of those grades are going to be an F and now not count towards graduation. Some of them, they're going to be a D, and they're going to count towards graduation. And so I appreciate the districts that take a higher standard, and I don't want to penalize them. And I just want my point to be understood, because I don't think it's a reason not to do it, but I think I'm just trying to point out that it's something we have to keep in mind and address. If we're going to use graduation rates for success, we need to use the same scale. And that's what I was trying to point out.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. So as we talk about the models, and without saying, well, we're just going to take Kansas and put it into one of the other state models, are there aspects that this group feels we should look more at? And if so, are there specific parameters that we would want to look at that, in light of all the information we've been given, the different tiers, the different weightings, is there any validity to looking at doing it differently for Kansas? Or are there ways we can maybe make if we want to stay with the reimbursement method, are there ways we can improve that reimbursement? So are there thoughts along how we can improve what we're doing if possible? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate what Dr. Nuenswander mentioned earlier about how we need to probably talk to the experts who know what the prices are for, any given disability or even an average price. But I also share his concern about those outliers of students who are more expensive. And at the end of the day, when I've talked to administrators, they continually say, we need you to fund the things that we are already having to spend the money on, right? So I want to make sure that we're not, I certainly want to make sure that districts are not doing more with even less than they already currently are having to do. And I felt uncomfortable when I looked at all these runs that we're passing out, because many administrators have made the trek here today, and I can only imagine how disheartening it is to see all that red on one sheet of paper with your district next to it. So I just would like for us to maybe have a commitment that we're going to really do what we can do to make our choices here, particularly in special ed, best reflect the actual cost of the services, because these children are absolutely getting the services that they qualify for and deserve. Districts are already doing that. And our model is not sustainable. I mean, even for the next year or two while we would do this work, I have some concerns for my home districts because the amount of money they're having to plug when staff costs 85% of their budget just from go. So we need to figure out a way to make whatever we do sustainable and also predictable. That's the other thing I keep hearing. Sustainable, predictable, and a reflection of actual costs. And I really appreciate how Representative Getz brings up the CPIU index very often. I sometimes forget about that, but we do have to plan with the future in mind. And I think it was Senator Petty asked how often these have been looked at or how long they've been, these runs and these methods for each state have been in practice. That's a really important thing too. Colorado phased theirs in, wasn't it 5 years or something? They took a decent chunk of time to amp up to the new plan. And I'd be curious to see if they felt like that was an appropriate amount of time. So maybe we could reach out to our counterparts in Colorado to see if that was too big of a ramp up or not big enough. And then maybe we aren't going to make as many changes as Colorado made. So that may impact how long the ramp should be. But I appreciate that we have a drop dead date of July of 2027. But that is a date that we have set. So if that means we, have that date to start aiming towards a new plan, I think that would be more appropriate than any sudden change, particularly with negotiations for staff salaries. So that's my top of the mind thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was interesting because the vice chair and I were sitting here when we were looking at the runs and looking at the red, and we kind of looked at it as the glass half full. I mean, I would think you'd go, yay for Kansas, because if we lived in these other states who are using this model, we'd have a lot less per district. So I'm like, disheartened. I would think we would say, okay, good. We've got a good starting place. Can we make it better? And I would hope all of us would at least go, okay, this maybe reaffirms we're doing some things right. Because if we had the funding model of all these others, look where we would be. So I think that's positive to me. Now, can we do better? Can we make it better? So, yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, one thing Frank said early when we were looking at these runs that I had not considered and I appreciated, these other states might have a much higher base or a much lower base. And so that, I know that the staff put a lot of work into these and other runs we've had, but sometimes I question the value of it from a practical standpoint. I don't feel like anything, we are not messing with things in isolation. So if I mess with this, it's going to offset other things. So I do think that there's consensus about, student-centered, obviously, in whatever we do. We've found some areas of consensus here in this group, and so I celebrate that. I just think, to Dr. Nuenswander's point, I don't know if I have enough information to weigh in on, like, how many tiers should we have, whether it's ELL putting tiers in or special ed putting in tiers. It needs to reflect the expense. And so I don't have enough money, or I don't have enough of an idea of what expenses would be.
Which I think is exactly what we're trying to do. What is it that would help? You know, you say, I don't have enough information about what tiers. Is there specific information? I mean, this is just kind of to get our thoughts going, you know, to brainstorm, but are there specific pieces that you go, you know what might be helpful is if we looked at this tier and how many kids, that's where I want us to dig down a little deeper and hopefully come with the perspective of not why we can't, but are there areas we can? Dr. Harwood.
So a couple of different things. One is, I appreciated Dr. Knight-Swander's comments about, so we've looked at these because they were student-based. Now let's look at if there is a way, and we've talked about already, it's hard to talk about outcomes with special education because it's special. But if there is a way, how can we look at the states that are being, where their students with disabilities are being most successful? So, for one part, talking about graduation rates a little bit, Kansas actually has the highest graduation rate for students with disabilities. So maybe it is we are doing something right, and changing to a student-based model would actually degrade our special education services. That could be what we find. I think we need to look at some things. And so part of a little bit more to what Dr. Knight-Swander said about looking at some things, kind of what I'm hoping for, and this goes a little bit to setting you up for September as well, is that as we talk about all of these different things, if the will of the body is we want all of the weightings to be, we want all of the funding factors to be student-based. If that's the direction we go, we can start looking at some of those. My personal opinion is a student-based model with services and time is a closer reflection to reimbursement than just exceptionality. And the reason for that is that in Dr. Gibson's example, that student that has an exceptionality but then takes a lot more services, you can kind of capture that. We can also look at combinations of those. They will get more complicated. But what it's kind of open for is that by the time we leave here on whatever day is we leave in September, we kind of have, here are in general the things we want to do. And then we can start looking at some of these different printouts or runs in combination, because some of that makes a difference. Special ed is a little different. This is especially true when you start talking about high and low enrollment and at-risk and some of those kinds of things. So at the end, it has to be a big picture. But we have to kind of staff can't keep looking at all the possibilities. We need to be able to narrow it down to a few possibilities that we can spend more time and dig deeper into.
I think that was a much more concise way of saying what, now can we dig down deeper and get some specifics that we can maybe look and run based on what we've seen. So, yeah. So with that in mind, does anyone have anything that they've seen that they think might be something we can take and do some of the analysis that Dr. Harwood has mentioned to maybe take us a step forward? Senator Petty.
Well, he didn't say these words, but Dr. Knight-Swander did say earlier, and I thought that Dr. Harwood was going there, and we have these runs, and he was mentioned NAEP scores. We can be looking at not just for special ed, but if, I shouldn't pick out a state, but I will. If, it's like, why would we look at Mississippi if they have lower NAEP scores than us? For students, we're wanting this to be student-centered and be better. So it seems like we have this information for different states, and we should know if they're, because that gets brought up often about performance. If the NAEP scores in these states are less, then maybe they're not at the top of the level. I also found it very hard to look at these and not, especially when it was all red, to not be focused on the fact, they're spending a lot less money, and we want to provide the best for our students, and we already are not meeting what's in statute of 92%. So it behooves me to think that there's a reasonable reason to look at them. The last thing I would say is that except for one, after looking at these, this would be true of so many other things, I I think we should not ever use the word too complicated again, because all school formulas are complicated, and no matter what state we look at. And for a lot of reasons, and I think there's a lot of reasons why ours has multiple levels to it. I really feel that should not be a focus point as we look to come up with any changes to our formula.
Yes, Dr. Nutzwander.
I think so today we're living with formulas that were written multiple years ago. But we behave differently today. Over lunch, I was on the phone with my high school principal, second day of the school year, and we're already talking about 7 kids that might need an experience different than everybody enrolls. It's 8 class periods, you move, and she's already identified 7 kids that might not be successful for them. When you look at these, I would imagine that our directors of special education that live in this might be able to look at this from a totally different lens from when this formula was written, and be able to say, okay, if you're looking at weightings, let's put some costs. Let's look, so I think, the idea of weighting exceptionalities, there could be some value, but I think I would want to hand that over to the people that live in that and could put a value to help us make sense of a weighting type, instead of, this piques interest, but I'm ready to give it to the experts to say, today, what would it look like if you were able to go write something that fits what we're dealing with today, and we anticipate over the next 5 to 10 years, what would that look like? And because, we just we operate differently today than when formulas were written, because just our environment has changed.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have asked the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators to investigate what model they feel would be in the best interest of the state. If it pleases the task force, I'm sure that membership could be available at the September meeting. I know it's a full agenda. If you give it a timeout, they can talk about pros and cons of different ways of looking at funding. I know it's been brought up by Dr. Nutzwander several times, but we'd be glad to put that together as a SEA to bring back and have someone present. I'll leave that up to you and the task force to decide.
No, I appreciate you taking the initiative to do that, because I was going to say, we've got stakeholders at the table who have access to some of those resources, and please go forth and gather the information that will help this task force make those decisions. So I appreciate the initiative that you've taken to do that, and staff is going to absolutely shoot me daggers because we keep just adding on to our September meeting. But what we can do, what I will say is we will prioritize the items on the agenda so that we make sure that we hit those that are most timely and relevant. And so we'll keep adding. I'm not going to promise we'll be able to do all, but we will look at all and make sure that we hit those that are most timely to get us to our ultimate deadline. Is that acceptable to the members? Okay, thank you. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious, again, being mindful about reporting burden versus time spent delivering direct service. What is feasible based on the type of reports that are due to the state or that we have access to that go to the federal government, what is contained? What is the data set that we have available to think about some kind of new way of counting out distributing the money? Do we know the instructional minutes that each given district is expending on different types of services? Do we know the categories of services, or is that all housed locally and would create new reporting requirements?
Actually, we collect that data. We collect it in our SPED Pro reporting. So I'm sure if I worked with my data clerk, Mason Vosberg, we could put together information on minutes. I mean, this is what gets put into that system by those clerks. They have to be very comprehensive because we have to be accurate when we report to the federal government.
So how often do we collect the data for reporting currently?
December 1 and June 1.
So, I mean, I think part of what Director Rooker's question was is that what is feasible to say, could we do it quarterly? I mean, could it be? I mean, those are the kinds of things that get into how adaptive can we be during the year? What's a reasonable additional administrative burden to be more adaptive versus having it to plan with? So I think that's just that's a great question. Of the more often you make a correction, the more often you have to collect the data. And for special education, because that's done in the IEP. Now, we learned yesterday that you have to do that reporting quarterly. So is that a reasonable amount of time to update it in SPED Pro? That's just the question I would have to follow up on that.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, if we had it required, we could make it happen. And that would be something the state's requiring, not a federal requirement, but the state has other requirements for us. So, I mean, yes, if that was added. I have some directors doing cartwheels right now and some that are covering their face and ears. But yes, if we needed to, we could, because it's up to those clerks to put the data in when we give them a deadline. And then we manage that information by staying on our agencies to ensure we have that data by reporting period.
I appreciate that. I pulled back out the Education Commission comparison, 50 state comparison reports, which don't give us that the outcome context. But, there's currently only 4 states using the cost reimbursement model. So clearly states, because this is a pretty significant change, since 10 years ago. Clearly states are trying new things. And honestly, I don't know what to ask. It's just trying to articulate, what is a logical, feasible data point or multiple points to report that help us wrap arms around what it's costing to make sure that our students have the services required and appropriate for the needs that they have. And the process of gathering all of that data and reporting it is part of this. So it's helpful to know it exists. The time frames could change, but there are variables in that data set that could become relevant to how we determine the distribution based on student needs. So I think I would join the chorus and appreciate that we might get some input from the practitioners in the field, because there's a point at which I don't know what questions to ask.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely valid. What I would hope, because that just going out to the folks in the field and saying, give us what you would love to see, I would, if we can, and maybe it's not possible, if we could come up with some pieces that we would like them, okay, what if we did this, how would that affect, rather than just, dream list, but if we said, here's kind of what the task force is wanting to explore, what would that look like? And give them a little bit more narrow direction. So that's what I would hope we might, and maybe we just don't feel like we are able to do that in light of the information being provided. But that's kind of what I would like for us to do, is be able to say, here's some things we're talking about. For those of you actually having to potentially implement it, what would it look like and what could we do better? I think that might be more helpful than wide open. Mr. Moore, I see you.
I agree. I think if you could give us some considerations, then when we work with the larger administrative team, then they know how to plan accordingly to look at that in a reasonable manner, to be able to report reasonably how that would impact the field.
Dr. Harwood.
So, so one of the things that the task force agreed to very early on, and I'll get this wrong, so don't look, if you're doing it in the minutes, make sure you go back to what we actually agreed to. But one of the things we talked about was student-based. Again, we only have a few things that are funding that aren't student-based. So the task force could say to the field, what would the best student-based funding model look like? And so those are some parameters of, so they could talk about, can you come up with a really good way to do the weightings for exceptionalities, or is it better on time and service based? And what are some of those examples? You can take examples from the ones we've looked at so far. You can take examples from the ones that are in there. There are a lot of different ways to do that. The other thing that that group will do a better job of doing when you start talking about the costs. So we could do the cost in a really crude way of how many total minutes of IEPs do we have and how many staff, and divide. The problem with that is that does not capture all of the preparation, a full-time special education teacher cannot be providing services every single minute of their 8-hour day. It just doesn't work that way. And what are those times? And on top of that, if we're going to ask for things 4 times during the year, that is an additional administrative burden that may have a higher cost. So I think it's all those things that they could talk about and say, this is what we think is best, and here are the things that we think are going to be problems with it. Gives us some place to go. And then at the end, if the task force says, you know what we have is better, at least we'll know what we're comparing it to.
Yeah, and this is just my way of thinking. What I would like to do is maybe say, okay, can you come up with the best way of structuring special education services to maximize the opportunity for the students, or to produce, positive student outcomes, however you want to phrase that, without the constraints of going, well, the money. We know, obviously, that we're going to have some money constraints, but I don't want them to not think about what's best for kids in light of the money first, but then once we have that, say, okay, where are we going to have to trim down? Where are we going to have to come off of that optimal student-based way of delivering services realistically in light of the resources we have available? So, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be a question for the superintendents or perhaps Bert, but what resources do we allocate from our funding formula for the child find responsibilities that districts have? I know that we've talked a lot about services, but it does take resources to go out into the world and, cast your net, and then even if they don't end up receiving services, they still have to go through the process of evaluation. There's a lot of administration involved in that. Are we adequately considering that in our school finance formula currently? Is that something we also should add to the list?
Yes, Mr. Moore.
Child Find, the personnel that are special education licensed who are involved in Child Find can use that time for their categorical aid reimbursement. So it's countable time. So if they spend a half a day doing Child Find, and there are clinics that are supposed to be held monthly where you're trying to do Child Find from birth through age 21, any student that anyone has a suspicion has a disability needs to be recommended for child find. We also have the general education intervention process, and we've often heard from general ed people how much time that takes. And there is no reimbursement for general education for that, but for special education staff, there is through the categorical aid system.
Just as a follow-up, if we could address that shortfall, I'd be curious to know either from you or from those experts that are in your field, how we might go about that in the best way, because anything we can do to help articulate, honestly, the burdens that are put on our educators, whether they're special educators or general educators, and quite frankly, administrators, all of this reporting takes human power. So I just want to make sure we're not leaving any stone unturned when it comes to the actual cost of special education.
I know when we talk about adding a potential count date, there's it's a valid consideration, the administrative burden. But as someone who's been in a building, I am telling you, the documentation and the minute counting and, what were you doing? That is extremely burdensome, and maybe there's a more accurate or easy if we have another count date that makes that daily administrative burden for how we're having to account, and maybe there's a trade-off there. I don't want us to lose sight that just adding, are there things we can maybe take off of people's plate to compensate for an additional count date potentially? Okay, what else? Vice Chair Estes.
I just want to circle back to the concern of looking at states who are doing well. If you think about NAEP, you're measuring 4th grade, 8th grade reading and math. And just to throw out there that some of the models that we looked at, those states are doing well in some of those categories. Louisiana, 8th grade reading is the 12th highest in the nation. The New York models, interesting because they're opposite of the trend. Their 8th grade reading is better than their fourth grade reading and for special ed students, 7th highest in the nation, and for 8th grade math, they're above the average and so on. So you did get some good models, just for you to know. I won't read you the entire list, but just for people's peace of mind.
To that point, it's brought up, maybe look at NAEP. I've also heard concern about looking at, a single data source. Is there a measure that we could say, okay, for the purposes of looking at special ed funding, because I've heard NAEP thrown out, but I've also heard concerns about looking at NAEP. Is there something we would be comfortable with in comparing special ed outcomes for the purpose of looking at funding or not?
I think right now, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but I think the formative assessments, I think are, and summative assessments that agencies are using, I don't know that we have a consistent method currently, because each one can select what they want to use in their district or with their agency. So I think asking them if there is a common theme that they could come up with for an assessment that would be appropriate to show progress, I think people would be interested in that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to find an ideal one, but is there one we could maybe live with simply for trying to compare the state result? Vice Chair Estes, then Director Rooker.
I appreciate Mr. Moore's comment, and I seem to remember when we talked about this in committee, and Dr. Harwood, maybe you can help me remember, didn't we receive testimony that there's a way to kind of equalize, to kind of compare the different brands?
So, like test companies will tend to do a comparison to each state's assessments. We could look at something like FastBridge that has We have state level data. We have quite a bit of it, and we can look at, if we can find it, I've never tried to look for it, other states where they have a large number of students and compare that. That would be one. It would be difficult to try to look at, I don't know if FastBridge would let us know how our FastBridge scores would score on somebody else's state assessment, even if they have done that comparison.
No, I meant amongst ourselves, not against another state.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, so yes, I mean, so we've done some of that, not necessarily between test producers, but between different tests and then the state assessment. I mean, nationally, the only ones I can think of people talk a lot about are NAEP graduation rates and ACT scores, or SAT scores if you're in a state that does more of that. So, I mean, and that's been kind of the problem of state comparisons, is there just aren't that many great, I mean, just consistent comparisons to go with. And so that's why NAEP gets most of the conversation.
Thank you.
Director Ricker.
I think that was where I was headed, is I understood you to be asking about within the state what kinds of multiple measures, and I do think we should be looking at that. I was curious whether, and I think you just answered it, whether anything is reported up to the federal level that could be a consistent addition to NAEP or, ACT, that kind of thing.
I mean, we don't report student NAEP scores to the federal government. It's not required. They don't have a place for us to send them, so I don't know that anybody's doing that. There at least used to be one state that used the NWA map, which is a similar type of assessment as their state assessment, so they would have, but that would have been the only one.
Vice Chair Estes.
Dr. Harwood, I think we've all been talking about what's appropriate to measure progress, and we've got the different tests that get administered during the year. And I think progress is the thing that's, and tracking how one cohort is doing, that tells us a lot about the quality of job that we're doing when we all work together. So my question is, in the new digital CUME folders, I know different districts, some use FastBridge, others use others. Is that data getting collected in real time in the digital CUME folders?
So the only data we collect for that is that every district is required to have a dyslexia screener, and each grade level has a particular metric that we collect. Currently, I don't believe we collect all of the FastBridge data. The districts would have it, but we're only looking at dyslexia screening measures.
And this is almost getting a little bit outside of what we're here to talk about, but it seems to me as we're sending students, students are, they're mobile, especially our children in DCF custody, that would be really helpful for a receiving district to have that in that CUME folder. And I seriously want us to take a look at that.
Representative Gates.
And I'll just tell everybody what I'm kind of thinking over here. And I'm kind of hearing, let's try and maybe narrow down the homework project for this subject, and we've got other ones to contend with. One of my ideas in narrowing that down is I just kind of wrote down, where full, the 601 million that we're using for special education right now. And this can all change. These were just numbers that I wrote down, of course. What if year one, there was a 10% growth to that, and the homework was the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, do a 3-tier funding model, and find what exceptionalities each of those would fund, and we work with the specialists and those who are in the field who could know that and find that. And then year 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a 2% growth. And then maybe after that, it gets put on a CPIU. What would that model look like? to find, and at least everybody help in defining those parameters for the homework. It's not the final decision, but to say, okay, if we want to do a 3-tier, here's what that could look like. We could also do a 5-tier if some of the information came back and said what that was. So that's just my brainstorming over here of what's rattling around and trying to help narrow this down. And I think we could all do that and add in, but we're close to some parameters. I think we want to do a little bit of the student funded, of course, student funded, but on the front end, not the reimbursement, at least in this homework model. And what parameters do we want to put around that? That by a month from now, we could get some feedback, we could get some numbers, and maybe just plug some different things in. And so if that is off base, but that was my idea as to help start to narrow it with a specific idea that we could look at.
No, I think you just articulated maybe what we've been throwing around up in the air. So, no, I think you're spot on. And if someone else has, Director Ricker, yes.
I think what we're seeing and what we heard from Dr. Gibson is that there probably needs to be some hybrid, something that accounts for what we currently call the catastrophic aid category, because you could have the kind of situation he described. So it isn't necessarily one size fits all if you have a particular designation. So that would be important to me to see what is workable in a tiered model as a pathway to, you have a student that has, a certain category of exceptionality, but it in particular requires an extraordinary amount of intervention and support. Does that seem?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep,
I absolutely think that's where, that could be one of the tiers, was catastrophic. And how does that, but I also just think in order for it to be a valuable homework project, there's got to be a little bit of the control of the numbers, as well as, all right, that's controlled. Tell us what the costs would be inside of that and where we would be at, if we would be in the red, if we would be in the black on tending to students' needs. So, yeah, I definitely think there could still be a realm for that. And does research have, or we probably have it in because you guys have given us so much, how many catastrophic, okay.
Yes, we do know, we have 45 statewide, I believe. Dr. Harwood?
I said about 45 yesterday. It might have been 43. I was trying to remember from the thing we put together. I think one of the things that we have to think about with catastrophic specifically is if we move to a student-based model. Catastrophic is based on reimbursement currently. If we move to a student-based model, we may have to rethink how we do catastrophic altogether. A lot of the states that do a student-based model actually have a separate pool of money for catastrophic. And then if a student, because you're going to get, based on their exceptionality, you're going to get a set amount of money. And so then basically districts apply for the catastrophic aid if they have a student that costs some threshold more than what they would be getting for that. So, if it's twice the cost or 50% more cost, then you apply to this other pot of money. And so that seemed pretty consistent with some of the ways other states did catastrophic when you didn't have a reimbursement model. So again, it's $1.4 million or what we're spending now. So we're not talking about a $30 million pot of money or anything like that. So, but I do think we may have to think about it being outside of the student-based model.
And I believe, Jennifer, was just saying that is what New York does. Jennifer, would you like to elaborate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were covering New York earlier, I did forget to mention that they do have a high-cost formula that they do on top of their student-based model. We did not do that funding as well because the way that New York's model is very different from how Kansas does their catastrophic aid, and so we didn't want to try to make things even more confusing than they were as we were doing the models earlier. But there are states that do have a high-cost additional funding pot outside of the weightings that we could model for people if that is the desire of the task force.
Yeah, and I think that makes perfect sense to make sure that those students that fit in that would have their resources met. So, Vice Chair Estes.
Oh, I agree with you, Frank, and because I feel like, I'm sorry, Dr. Harwood, I feel like in a way that's what we do because we have that separate catastrophic weighting, and I think it's such a unique, different thing, and that's where you get into some of the outsourcing that gets very expensive or other aids that are very expensive, and to me, that's always made sense, and I've always kept that separate in my mind.
I'm just going to say that in our current model, because we have a pot of money for reimbursement that's in there, the student-based models you're not pulling from that pot of money, so you'd have to set one up or another fund. I mean, again, it's not, when you look at the $601 million, it's not a big portion of it. So I think it's something that if we find a system that we like, and catastrophic is kind of the causing problems, setting it aside with a completely different appropriation, I think could be in a reasonable amount of money, and there are lots of different ways you could look at doing it.
What I'd like to do is just kind of summarize where I think we're at, and if I'm missing something, please let me know. But what I think we would like to do at this point is have those in the field go ahead and start doing some work on perhaps what a student-based funding model would look like and how that would work for them as practitioners, with a potential hybrid for catastrophic, since that is kind of a separate issue. I will suggest, as I did before, I like Representative Gett's idea. I don't want us to limit our thinking based on funding yet. A 10% increase may make sense, but maybe we could do a 15% increase, or maybe it's, I don't want people to go in with a preconceived limit of money yet. I think that's our job to get there and say, okay, this is the ideal. What can we realistically do? What makes sense? I think that's our job as this task force. So I don't want them to be limited by a specific dollar amount to begin with. So I would say, let's start there. I would also like to say, okay, if the same group has the capacity, I'd also like to say, if we look at the student base and it doesn't make sense, how can we improve upon our reimbursement model? What would make that easier, or maybe, better for our students? So I think that's kind of where I'm hearing we're at, but other thoughts? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate hearing you say that it shouldn't necessarily, we shouldn't limit ourselves to 10%. But I also appreciated Representative Gett's putting a number out there so I could do some rudimentary math. And if we did 10% of what we have now, that'd be another 66 million. Sorry, my math's sloppy here. 60 million a year roughly. And Olathe and Blue Valley combined last year put in 53 million by themselves. So I just worry that if we limit our thinking, and I'm glad to hear you say we're not necessarily doing it at this point, it's going to be so insurmountable because we're already stretched so thin, right? So thank you for that openness and not necessarily having us put a percent on it today. I'm glad we're going to figure out some more actual costs so that it can be distributed well. Thank you.
I think it's just part of the job when we put on our administrator hats, we kind of let maybe some financial, and at this point, I think what we really need to do is say, what would be best for our kids? And we know we're going to have to narrow that down, but let's not start from a narrow position. Let's see what we could do and just look at the possibilities with the funding we have available. So that would be my recommendation, but I'm open to any thoughts from the group. Representative Getz.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's comments around it, and I didn't necessarily mean to shortchange it, and I appreciate that everybody knows it's like we're trying to move the ball forward here. But, all at the same time, just, K-12 and higher ed is 71% of the budget. And so there's also just the reality to try and put it inside some parameters, I guess, in order to come to those tiered values. For me, trying to problem solve that in the field would make that a little bit easier of, well, this is at where we're at plus a little bit more, this is what we do. Now, if we had, 400 extra million, this is what we do, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to say that as absolutely a starting point, but also we know we're going to be inside some budgeting parameters. Still dream, but that just gives it a way to actually maybe get at the actual financial of it. So that's all I was saying.
Dr. Harwood.
So what I'm hearing is build a system as if money was not an object, but just remember money is an object.
I think you just nailed it. I guess my point, and I fully get Representative Getz, is sometimes, though, when we put on our administrator hat, we limit our ability, and then sometimes do not come to take a back seat. And I just want to make sure we're not doing that. So, if we feel like we can get to the best student-based with the student as the top priority within those limits, I'm great with that. I just want to be cognizant of that sometimes factor when we're dealing with problem solving. So. I think we have a good step going forward. I don't want to, we are early, and that's great as long as everyone has had a chance to share and provide the input that they think they would like to provide at this time. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm curious, since we do have some time today, can we think about what else besides special ed we might come back with similar brainstorming having happened in this month that we have in between meetings? Because we have had a super deep dive into every weighting in the formula. I think it might be healthy for us to engage in some of that, unless not having visibility on the agenda. But I wonder what could be done to prepare us to be productive in September with our time.
Great question. Yes, and as we're looking at potentially having, I would hope, maybe some specifics to look at around this issue in September, please don't pull out the Rotten Tomatoes and start heaving them at the chair and vice chair. I think for us to do our due diligence, we are out of days in September. That's what's been allocated by the LCC. I would like to explore perhaps getting a couple more days before the end of the calendar year, just to do, because it seems to me like we're pushing so much to that last 2 days, and I don't want to shortchange us. I don't want to meet for the sake of meeting. But I really would like to bring back what the homework, as Representative Getz puts it, and not shortchange that and not try to cram too much in. I'm not saying we will get approved for a couple more days, but I want to at least let you know I will probably be asking the LCC for a couple more days in light of where we are in the process and the work that we would like to, because I would like to do exactly what you're suggesting, Director, with the other aspects and gather that input like we've been saying, because I for one am encouraged by the suggestion of the outcome of how we're moving forward with special ed. Can we do that with some of the other parts of the formula if this task force thinks that that would be a productive way forward? Dr. Harwood.
And I think the part we're missing with the non-special ed parts of the formula is how they interact together. So I think that's the part that we need time to look at is, well, first have that conversation around, well, for high and low enrollment, I like this, and for at-risk, I like this, and then All right, so now let's look at those all together, because whereas special education is a separate part of foundation aid, those are all tied together in this, and just adding up to the weighted FTE. So they are much more tied together, and we haven't looked at that yet. We've looked at how each one reacts separately, but those are really a package deal when it comes down to it.
Well, and maybe the goal would be then to take those pieces, have the in-depth discussion like we did today on special education, and then if we were to be allocated a couple more days, come back and put the pieces together. Does that sound feasible? Senator Petty.
I know you talked about that, or it's suggested that in September it be 2 full days. So I'm just wondering why we couldn't use one of those full days for the and then to see at that point. But for the beginning of the discussion of this, the base state aid with the parts that we've looked at with the weightings, and talk about that. Spend our discussion time on a second day or the first day on that. It doesn't, I might be wrong, but I don't see that we need 2 full days for special ed in September.
Yes, well, I appreciate that, and maybe we've been keeping quite a list of what we were framing as kind of wrap up to prepare to set the foundation for coming back in January. But if we are going to have a little more time, we may want to take a step back from the wrap-up mentality with the goal of proceeding with this process that you're talking about, Senator Petty, and that you're talking about with the goal of, but I just can't guarantee we're going to get a couple more days. So we're going to have to look at if we do and if we don't, how to best maximize our 2 days. So I at this point, without looking at that and knowing, I can't confirm, commit to what we can or cannot do until I know our specific time frame. So yes, Senator Petty.
Just to add on to that, it seems like if, just as you said, since it's unclear whether there be any additional days, and as you know, budget will be meeting, so just thinking about the addition. This could be a point if we spent a day talking about the weightings with the base, that we would be at a point to be then moving forward into 26.
Yes, that's absolutely a possibility. Again, it's hard to know without knowing if we're going to be able to have a little bit more time, how much time in depth we can take a look at each of those pieces and how they come together. I do know that staff cannot do runs with just pieces, and I know the department's nodding yes, and so I think there's some more groundwork to be made before we possibly could look at doing runs with everything that we would put into a formula, is my understanding. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question to you about process. Given that this is a task force that will continue meeting in 2026, regardless of whether or not additional days are approved for 2025, does this task force owe, maybe it's a revisor question actually, does this task force owe a report to the legislature updating on progress as of the final meetings of this year? So no progress report is needed. That's helpful because, how would we juggle content of that in a world where you don't get approved for additional days versus okay, that's helpful to know. Yeah, I think continuing to workshop would be welcome.
And I appreciate that. I'm not intentionally trying to be vague. It's just that it's hard to anticipate how much time the outcome of each individual task force, and I want us to be able to spend as much time as is needed that this group feels like is needed, and sometimes it's really hard to estimate that. So I'm not intentionally being vague. I will say, however, to your point, Director, that one of the things that I would like to see is for legislators' benefit, because they know we've been meeting, they've been watching, they're going to want something, even if it's a here's where we are in the process, so they can start having conversations with their constituents and their communities back home and be able to answer intelligently questions that they get from their school personnel. So it may not be a formal report, but I would like, and this, of course, this task force will be privy and know that and see that and approve the information that goes into that. But I do think we owe it to our legislators to at least give them where we are in the process and what they can share that's factually based, so there's not misinformation floating around what it has and has not occurred. So. Dr. Harwood.
I just wanted to point out that I think Senator Petty and I were on the same page with September. So we had a great discussion about special education and what the task force wants to see. We have not had that about the other ones yet. If we do that in September, then whenever we come back, whether it's November, December, or January, then we can have some of those things done. I'm going to say that staff cannot take a discussion that we have on Tuesday and turn around and have those runs ready on Wednesday. One, because we can't get them the data to do that. So it's going to need time in between that. But I think if we can get as far as we can, as Senator Erickson was talking about, with kind of these more holistic discussions about each of those in September, I think we are in a good position for the next meeting, whenever that is. So, you notice I skipped October because I planned a vacation for this week in October, so.
Trust me, I'm not one who likes to meet for the sake of meeting. The issue that we have, and just to be quite honest of how we operate, is when session starts in January, these guys, believe it or not, they are extremely busy now. Just take that times 10. And they're pulled 50 different directions with other committee, responsibilities. The legislators on this task force are then trying to juggle their other responsibilities, and we just don't get to donate the time and the in-depth that we do in the off session. And that's just the reality. So I'd like to do as much as we can, if possible, during the off session, just because of that restraint that we have once session starts. So, but yes, I agree, makes perfect sense. Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be for Representative Estes. I know that we will switch chairs when January comes. Do you have a vision of like how often we will meet during session, and will we, I know it's way too soon to probably say beyond session, but in your mind, will we follow a similar model when we're not in session as to how often we matter?
I think I'm going to, sorry, I'm always one reminding people to put their mic on for those listening at home. In my mind, I think a lot of where we are at the end of September and whether we or not we have in October is going to change that schedule, so I don't want to commit. I am very reticent to overload staff during session, because then I've played around in my mind with Fridays. But even with us not being in session right now, I cannot express my deep appreciation for both legislative research and the revisers and the amount of hours that they have put into this and knowing what their workload goes through during session. I think I'm going to take a look at where we are and try to be reasonable and respectful to their time and our time.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. And I would never hold you to something now without knowing what the rest of the year is going to look like. But I am also open to meeting more between now and January because of all the reasons you've said. Thank you.
Dr. Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we still have an hour technically. Is there anything else we would like around this table would like to see when we arrive in September for those 2 days of meetings that could help address? I mean, I know we haven't been briefed in these last 2 days on anything but the special ed, but I'm wondering what people on the committee, what the will of the committee might be for looking at, you know, how we would begin to plug different weighting experiments into a readout that we might be able to then dig into in September.
Representative McDonald.
I don't have my files with me for bilingual, but it has kept coming to my mind today as we talked about special ed. And I remember when we did go through the bilingual stuff in depth, there was some conversation and there were some runs made regarding tiers and, you know, trying different numbers of tiers or different cutoffs. And similarly to what we talked about with special education directors and getting their opinions, I would be interested to hear from our ELL departments and even if it's just from the Department of Ed's ELL people, what their opinion is and how we might go about that. So, and I keep harping on this, but in all of those runs, the word newcomer was mentioned, and in other states, people talk about newcomers in their tiers. The federal definition is just 1 year being here, and I am of the opinion, with some experience, that that is not necessarily always accurate descriptor. Sometimes you can be here more than a year and not be, you know, moving to the next tier of less need when it comes to services. If you're not literate in your first language, you're just going to have a longer path to get there. So if we did talk about newcomer, I'd like their opinions on whether they agree with me or not, that the federal definition might not be the one we in Kansas might choose to use. And if it makes sense to have, you know, 3 tiers, if so, what would the CELPA cutoffs be that would make sense? Do we build in some monitoring time and add that in as a different weighting if they just exited? Because people do have some backslide when it comes to learning, and we want to make sure, and we are capturing that from a data perspective. We want to make sure that from a funding perspective, we keep that in mind as well.
As it relates to that, I seem to recall, though, that they did, please correct me if I'm wrong, they did get a year of additional funding for students who had exited the ELL. So it's I believe that's the case. Yes, Dr. Harward or Mr. Moore.
So currently, you can consider the student, this was a change. It used to be that you had to have a passing score on the CELPA 2 years in a row, which was fairly limiting for exiting because that 2 years in a row. So it moved to 1 year of a passing score, and then the district can choose to continue to provide services for the next year where they're monitoring. If the district decides they don't need services, then they wouldn't get funded. But if they're providing services 1 year after they've received a passing score on the CELPA, they can be funded.
I think there was some discussion too, as what does that look like? You know, once they've passed the CELPA 1 year, what does that, you know, next year support look like? And I think there was some discussion around that, but.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore.
I'm sorry. We have staff that would be able to talk about this that work solely on ELL, and it's our Title III coordinator, Emily Scott, and she also provides ESOL support. She just wrote, and we think it's posted, a new handbook for ELL. Used to be very simplified, and now it has about 90 pages. It's an excellent resource, and I highly encourage people to look at the ELL update in the handbook, but we can have her come if you would like, and she can speak to the group along with her supervisor, who was the ELL coordinator, and that's Twyla Sprouse.
I'm sorry, could you tell me her name one more time? Emily?
Of course, Emily Scott.
Emily Scott, okay.
And Twyla Sprouse.
Thank you. Dr. Nitzwander.
So I don't want to be the senior individual around the table, but, okay. But, so I've either been building the budget or reviewing district budgets for 28 years. And there's a lot of similarities when you try to provide equity, but education does look different today. It might be like we're asking to have some recommendations or some thoughts from the field on special education around the funding formula. It could be that we could ask a group from business managers, from districts that have high ELL populations, to provide us some recommendations about how the formula could be adjusted to more reflect today's needs as opposed to 15 years ago, 28 years ago, similar to what we're asking now. The timeline, whether that's also in September or whether that's this fall, that would be up to the chair and future chair. But the people that are actually building the budget, and because one thing I always ask is, what are you doing with the resources? And sometimes the formula. So I think we could ask the field people that are directly working the budget and allocating resources what their recommendations might be.
And yes, I think it's been extremely helpful today to have that input. What I'm sitting here trying to do, which is hard, is to look at our end date of July 2027 and try to kind of backfill the number of meetings we have, the time that we have, and make sure that we're not in a mad dash at the end, and try to balance all of that out. And I think that may be a conversation that the vice chair or next year's chair, how she's going to plan on taking this information and moving this task force forward, and how I can best set her up as the chair coming into that in January versus, I think these are all very good, valid ideas. I'm trying to make them fit within the constraints of the task force. So, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder, as we think about, all of this has been staff-intensive prep. Listening to practitioners doesn't need to involve prep from the staff. So perhaps that's the answer, that during those session months when we could be continuing to meet on, less than 2 days fully in a row, but we could schedule some meetings during that period where we aren't relying on staff prep so much as we schedule some structured discussion time. I know there have been other legislative projects that have done kind of roundtable discussions and invite in the right experts to help inform us. And that might be the path through that conundrum of how do we keep moving in the right direction down the field at a point when we know demands on time for lawmakers and staff alike are going to limit the ability to meet. I think that could be a way to incorporate those voices from the field, whether we think about the questions we want to ask and structure it, whether we focus on topics and invite, the structure of it, I think, remains to be we could think about. But that would be my suggestion, is that it's a way of bringing in more of that subject matter expertise to help us then get back into the labor-intensive months that will happen at the end of the 26th legislative session.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, and that's what I'm sitting here thinking, how can we best, and maybe September, and if we get additional dates in October, as I said, we could do what we did with special ed and say, okay, here are some things that this group wants you to look at, and then but I'm not going to commit, those are conversations that I think the vice chair and I need to have as she takes over what she, wants to do as chair, but I think that's a practical option going forward. Dr. Harwood.
So this is a completely different topic, so if we're ready to move on. So we talked about other topics for September. So one of them was virtual, but I think that's already on the agenda. I will tell you the other thing that I get a lot of questions about whether or not the task force is going to address it is capital improvement state aid. And so this is going to be very different. And this part of the formula is not education equity, it's tax equity. And so that's changed dramatically since 2015 and a couple times since then. So that is something that has come up again. This is state aid for bond payments when districts levy a bond issue. The amount of state aid for that for bonds since 2022 is significantly less than it was for things before 2015, and just whether I guess that process is still what the state wants.
So what I think I'm going to propose is that we know, I think it's imperative that we come back with the special education information as a follow-up to September, in September. Then what I think we need to do is the staff and the vice chair and I need to look at the topics and the information that we have that we need to address, prioritize that, let you all know what we need. But my initial thought is we're going to do the special education, get that feedback, what that might look like, and then look at the virtual, we know that's already on. The ELL, I think there's some follow-ups as we look at our previous notes, like I don't have my materials with me either, Representative. As we look at that, okay, what are those follow-up items? And then what parameters can we give to those who we might want to seek additional information from? In the meantime, I can see if we can get additional approval from LCC for a couple days in October to then really continue that work on. And in the meantime, have conversations with the vice chair about the vision for 2026 in light of the constraints we've talked about. I think that's where I hear that we're at. Is that acceptable to the task force to, at this point, move forward in that manner? Okay, good. I did ask before lunch if you would check your availability. I have seen a lot of people say that works. To do that, I so appreciate that, making that then not Tuesday, Wednesday after Labor Day, but Wednesday, Thursday, and make those full days, because obviously we have our work cut out for us. In the meantime, I'll be having staff communicate via email on some of the follow-up items that we have, so you will know going into September, what the plan is, what you need to come prepared to contribute to the conversation, if that is okay with everybody. The last thing I would like to say is I know that there's a lot of interest in what we're doing here in this task force, rightfully so. This is an incredibly important issue that we're dealing with for, our school, our staff, our students, our families. And when you have an issue like this that garners so much attention and is so important, the rumor mill really turns up big time. I'm hearing it. I know you all are hearing it. There's concern, and so then speculation gets made, and then it runs amok, and then we've got panic. I would just suggest, if you hear something and you want to know is that accurate, for those listening online and in the audience or task force members, reach out to one of us, reach out to the vice chair. We've had this conversation, and myself. We're happy to let you know where we're at, what we're doing. So if you hear something, please, let's just squash those rumors and calm the waters a little bit. I think that'll be good for all of us going forward, and would appreciate your assistance in that. Are there any other questions or comments or anything we didn't cover? Representative McDonald.
I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the people in the audience today and yesterday who've taken their time to come here. I see educators, school board members, certainly administrators, and also community education advocates. So it means a lot to us that you're here, and we certainly want to be you to be a part of this process. And I think relationships are important. So please, like the chair said, reach out if you have questions. Thank you.
I would be remiss as well as not to give a shout out to our phenomenal staff and all the hard work they do day in, day out. We do truly appreciate it and value it. Thank you to everyone who was here today and are watching online. Please ask questions and let's work together for Kansas kids. With that,